Oh boy, it took a real long time today. Oops. Hi. Wait. Overhead light probably doesn't need to be on right now. Unless you need it? Do you need the overhead light?
No.
Did I turn it on? Or was it?
I turned it on originally when the repair.
Oh, right, gotcha. Yes, Lily, I know you want treats. You always want treats. Oh. Hey. Hey, gorgeous sweetheart. 60 streak all up in this bitch on dubs? Oh my god, hi. Welcome back. How you doing? I mean, like, you obviously never left. You've been here for 60 days, but like, hi. Mark, why do I torture myself with scary game? I don't know. Masochism, could be. Subnautica 2 is terrifying? Oh my god, I believe it. I'm too scared to play the Subnautica games. I tried it. I tried Subnautica 1, and I got through, like, the first 2 zones, and then I just started shitting myself every time I left my base. Here we go. I'm gonna put this down here. Oh. Oh. How are y'all doing? I don't see any particular reason to inflict horror games or movies on myself. I love horror movies. I adore horror movies. Horror games I really enjoy. But I struggle to start them. Because once I start them, I feel like I have to finish them. And once I'm in that process, it's just we are in fucking danger. Oh. Depends on how many gentlemen with a luscious baby in the corner again, or big and bold. Lipstick is vaguely geisha-esque today. Yeah, I really like the one strip on the bottom with like the concealer over the lips. I love it. I really enjoy the look. I just like putting it together requires like an extra, well, about 5 minutes of effort that I usually don't dedicate to doing. And I also like I don't want to break it out too often, you know? I don't want it to be like an everyday thing, but I like it a lot. Missed you, felt like it's been years. Damn. Hey. I love that. That's delightful. Let's get a fucking move on. Schley 2, Band of Thieves. We're closing in on the end of this game. Actually, I think we're in the... Was there really only one Jean Besson level? I guess Arpeggio is the second half of Jean Besson, huh? Wild. Hey, Lady Deathstrike, the liquid adamantium is leaking out of your eyes. Yeah, that happens. You know, every now and then, you get a little bit of adamantium leak. Oh, there's a cat. I know, Lily. I'm not giving you any treats.
I already gave her some, and she wants more.
She doesn't care.
She has to
wants them all.
wait. Come here, Lily.
Whoa.
Cat.
A sheep carrying a kitty? I know, right? Crazy. What looked like a bizarre sex toy turns out to be a vacuum cleaner nozzle in the distance with a microphone arm nearby. Yeah, that's... Yeah. You gotta get your mind out of the gutter, CRJ. Faith is cute. Faith is the cutest. Now Faith is moving the nozzle? Yeah.
Canada. Random acts of violence were popping up like weeds, and the Northern Lights, well, they just weren't right. One night they'd be brighter than ever, and the next, gone. In Nunavut Bay, I overheard talk between Jean Besson and his mysterious partner Arpeggio. Somehow, those two are behind it all. Tracking the source of the disturbance was easy. By simply following the lights, we were led north to an immense lumber camp. The sheer number of fallen trees advertised Jean Besson's presence and that he was in possession of the Clockwerk talons. The Thievius Raccoonus makes numerous references to the talons slicing through plates of steel. A skilled lumberjack like Besson could clear a forest in hours while wielding the artifacts. Those talons have got to go, both to finally do away with Clockwerk and to save the environment from his twisted sense of progress. The world just doesn't need to make space for another strip mall.
I don't want to jinx it, but my sleep may be stabilizing? Oh, hell yeah. That's so good. Getting the stabilized sleep schedule is so important. Mine's kinda stable if you call tape together with energy drinks and indica live resin stable. That might be more consistent than stable, but I suppose that's a bit of a pedantic difference.
Crack in Arpeggio's Clockwerk brain is by finding a way to sneak aboard his blimp.
But before we do that, we'll need to snag the Clockwerk talons off Jean Besson. Time is short and we've got a lot to accomplish.
True, but first things first. This lumber camp isn't on any of my maps. I need you to poke around and take some recon photos. They'll help to get my sensors oriented.
No problem. Recon photos I got covered.
In anticipation of the icy climate, I took the liberty of modifying your cane. It can now separate into two smaller canes.
Oh, hell yeah.
For ice climbing. Try ascending to the top of that sheet of ice. Just jump and hit the circle button to dig in.
Main problem right now is I only seem to be sleeping 5.5 hours a day, and I'm not sure why. Oof. That's rough. Hey! Eagle! Evil eagle! Incredible. I don't know how the science on that works, but I don't think I need to worry about it too much.
It's good
Hey, buddy.
to see my cane upgrade performed so well in the field. Now scout the area. I could really use the reconnaissance.
Am I take exterior recon photos? Okay. Off we go! I can't believe I just missed that. Can you tell I haven't had my coffee yet? I don't actually... What? Shut up, Chris. You don't know. You don't know. You can't prove anything. What? Don't mind me. I'm just gonna try and get a whole bunch of clues before actually doing my mission. There's clues over there. No? 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 I can clip it? No, you can't. Not possible. Clips are literally not real.
Illegal.
Illegal. Illegal. Crime. Criminal. Evil. plunder. No, it's not enough. Okay. I was really hoping that you could go all the way out on the buoys and I could get eaten by a giant shark or something. Eaten by a giant fish, like when you go too far out into the water in Jak and Daxter. Thrown back like a by a kraken in that one jet ski racing game from the PlayStation 2 era. Holy shit, the van's parked all the way down there, but our hideout's up here. Crazy. Sly Cooper and the gang in parking a million miles away from the hideout. Don't mind me, ducks. We got a peace deal. Ah, I'm fucked. Always remember, chat, Merc can't delete what she doesn't believe exists, so our clips are safe. Crackle, you want a little... Art! Like that? Is that what you wanted? I think that's what you wanted. It sounds like that's what you wanted. I think that's what you wanted. I'm gonna have to refill my water. I took a free water drink at the beginning, and now I'm already hydrating again. Parking at the top of a mountain is a bit tricky though, but consider I have to walk it longer. Like, Murray should just park at the top of the mountain to make my life easier. It's not toxic, right? I don't think that's toxic. That's not toxic. I deserve to be given treats just for being me. Huh? Yeah. Merc went full Beetlejuice. Never go full Beetlejuice. Sucked him up into the hell dimension. Bye-bye, idiot. Where am I, Oh, here we go.
Jean Bison's house. The lair of the beast. The den of evil. The epicenter of ecological destruction.
I love that he puts a giant bison head on his house. It'd be like if you know, built a house at a logging camp and then just put a gigantic bust of yourself, like just a head, like you have your face hanging over your door, you know? Honestly, the aura on it's incredible. Oh no, you're not going to trick me into saying it a third time? Ah, well, you know, you can't blame a girl for trying. Curiously, give Merc treats does not encompass defying the laws of physics. Oh, well it should. Why doesn't it? Defy physics for me, please? For me? It's just a little bit of physics. What's a couple of laws between besties? Suck your dick. Some Scooby-Doo Mystery House type shit? Yeah. You mean I shouldn't have that massive billboard of me outside my house? I didn't say that you didn't have to, but like, or that you shouldn't. I'm just saying it's kind of a wild move. Ow. Say less, Newton was a bitch anyway. Ah! That was a weird interaction. Okay, we're gonna go back this way. Notice Newton, he invented the cat flap? Wait, what? And what? Hold on, can you elaborate on that joke? What is that bit? I don't understand. Or is that like a thing that he actually did? It could be either. There's enough weird invention history that like, yeah, but there's no way. There's no way that he invented the cat flap. That this has to be some sort of, like, this is some sort of joke that I'm not getting, right? He literally did invent it. He also invented the milled edge coin. What? Really? And all I know him for is this stupid gravity thing? Ugh, dumb. Cat flaps are where it's at. Who cares about gravity? What goes up must come down. I'm the father of modern physics. What would we do without cat flaps?
Those saw blades look particularly old. I guess this logging camp has been around for a while.
Newton also invented artificial rainbows. I feel like I think I know what you're saying. I know what you mean here. But I think that's the syntax on that is a little incorrect. I think it's like saying Benjamin Franklin invented electricity, you know? By like electrocuting himself with a kite. Rockets don't always come back down. For a while, he was in charge of the Royal Mint and needed to figure out how to stop people sweating real silver coins by clipping bits off of them. Milled edges made sweating obvious. What is... Wait, hold on. Wait. What is sweating coins? Please elaborate. This is a whole rabbit hole. I'm so excited. Or a duck hole, I guess, in this case. But, like... I want to know more. Teach me, teach me, teach me, teach me. Coin shaving. Like just scraping it off the top? Like, how did they...
They would go around the edges and shave off the coin so that it looked like
the same...
genuinely
Oh,
still the
but they
same
just,
coin,
like,
but then
narrow
they
it
have
down.
material, and they do that with a lot of coins, and then they have a lot of extra material that they
And
can
then
make more coins with, basically.
Okay, but if you mill the edge where it's got all those like grooves and
Yep.
and like the raised
Then you
ridges,
can
then it's
see.
really
Yep.
obvious that you've been. So that's why they do that. That's so interesting. I had no idea. That fucking rules. What? Do ducks have / make holes? CRJ just did. That's so wow. Okay, I learned new avenues for fun crime facts. I love fun crime facts. Huh? What do you know? I just thought somebody did it because it's fun to run your fingernail across it and hear the brrrr sound, you know? I just thought.
Sweetheart. Oh, sweetheart.
People wonder why I'm like, why I end up being so good at trivia and having all these random facts, and it's because of moments like this. It's just getting really excited over some little tiny bit of like offhand information. And that shit gets filed away into the important information folder, unlike all of the scheduled events that I have to be at places for, which, you know, obviously unimportant information. Scariest time of the year is over for you? Yeah, what time of the year was that? May? Well, I guess May's only getting started, so it would have been what? April? Big April Fool's victim? Eurovision semifinals? So glad that that's the scariest time of the year for you. That bodes well. All of my top 10 qualified except my first place. That's sad. Well, I mean, good overall, but... I fell down. Hi, Jay. Thank you for the lurk. What? 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 Gonna beat you up more? Good luck. You kidding me? Look at this. Look at this shit. I'm tough. I'm tough as fuck, girl. And even if I can't win, I can take a beating. gonna get excited about it. Gonna be halfway through, like caving my face in it. I'm gonna start moaning. Goodbye, duck.
Fascinating. My sensors detect a Wi-Fi link to that boat. It must be piloted by computer.
Oh my god, they're piloting boats with computers now. Puppies are strong, capable creatures. Most of us. Thank you, Kristen. Thank you. Also, I think I missed a message from Kristen. Oh, right, yeah, gravity would exist anyway. Knowing how it works and observing it, though. So, like, the actual fun fact about, like, you know, the discovery of gravity is, like, yeah, obviously everybody knew that if you dropped something, like, it fell, right? Like, that's obvious. But, like, the actual I know this is, like, an offhand joke. It's not, we don't need to, like dive into this hard. But it's, like, the idea that it is something to be studied and categorized and measured, and that it was consistent and like a like universal force rather than just like a casual fact of life that you don't think about, marked a really major change in how like scholars, natural philosophers at the time, like looked at the world, you know? Although, like, it's not like that's like the first time anybody's ever studied an natural phenomenon or anything like that, but that was during the time when the scientific method was starting to, like, develop. I don't remember if that was, the scientific method, I don't remember the direct origins on it, whether it was something that kind of, like, evolved in multiple places around the same time, or if it was a, not around the same time, but it was, like, popularized from a single point or not. Yeah, it was just a whole bunch. Okay, it wasn't, the scientific method itself wasn't named until the 19th century, but around the 16th and 17th was when it started to be like a more regular, like, method of studying things rather than just kind of doing vibes-based science like we did for most of history. Gravity was Newton's encore. The really big realization was that you don't have to keep pushing something for it to keep moving, which was people's previous intuition. He realized things only stop moving because of friction. Really? Okay, well that makes sense. I mean, yeah, the laws of motion and all that. That tracks. I disapprove of this anatideicide. Does that mean me beating up the ducks? Is that what that word means? Context clue. There is a clue somewhere near here. Underneath me! Where's my next? Take exterior recon photos. Yeah, that means killing ducks? Alright, nailed it. That's what they get for being in my line of sight. Oh, it's right up there. Okay. The little quacking noises! Oh my god, I love this game. Quick! Was doing so good and then I fucked it up. I'm pretty sure there's a clue over there. The bear lives here as well. Hello, bear. Now we're just gonna smash this and go, ah!
Sorry.
Oh, you okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Ah! What? You can't do that to me.
Plank.
I'm plank, duh.
Plank.
Until the clicker comes out. No, I don't like clickers. Shit. I tend to mentally link the advent of the scientific method to the dawn of the Age of Enlightenment, though it actually arose a little earlier and had been practiced by varying individuals for millennia. Right, but like I guess when I talk about like the scientific method being like adopted, like there definitely were like, you know, standout individuals who did it, but it was like science was like a cottage industry, you know? It was like the field of like a couple rich and or like otherwise privileged or well-resourced individuals who were capable of like taking the time to do some sort of like usually proto-scientific method research. Like I don't know, like I'm sure that there were definitely individuals who like use something very similar, but like that very specific like categorized like methodical like control groups and like, you know, hypothesis, theory, like execution kind of scientific method, like as a specific thing, not just like experimentation, you know? True, but how did the Age of Enlightenment factor into the rise of My Chemical Romance at 9/11? Ah, damn, you're so right. Well, you see, chemistry, and the discovery of, neurological chemicals affecting mood and causing disorders, mental and mood disorders, did directly lead to the naming and general vibe of My Chemical Romance, that being, a reference to the chemicals in your brain. And then we all know the link between My Chemical Romance, and 9/11 inspiring My Chemical Romance, Does this mean 9/11 happened in the Cars universe? Apparently it did, because there's no twin towers there. Still the craziest story ever. What was the that one is pretty wild. Yeah. It is like one of the most insane like domino effect stories, which I found really, I've always liked those sort of things. There's if you like that kind of connection, Kristen, there's an old like public access show called Connections, which is about the chains of inventions going from like early or like an antiquity of like human civilization and technology, leading all the way up through to like, the invention of flight or something. So it'll talk about how like what is it? 9/11 also caused the fall of Ellen DeGeneres. That's the story that we're referencing, actually, yes. But it was like I don't know, I don't remember the specific ones, but it'll take something like the invention of like the surface level water filtration, like evaporative water filtration in the Middle East in like the like 300 BC or something, and then follow everything that developed from that all the way up to the invention of the jet engine and like how it all connects to each other, and it's very, very neat. Yeah, it's super cool. I used to watch a lot of it when I was a kid. This bear is fucking murdering motherfuckers. Oh, it is angry at me. I don't want to be here anymore. Oh, I'm supposed to take a picture of the bear. That's why it keeps moving. Hi, bear. I would really like it if we could just be friends. Bear. Why?
This place is bear country, all right. Interesting. He's putting out a slight radio signature. Okay, that should do it. Now for the real point of interest. Head for that lighthouse and try to find a way to sneak in.
C_____J sub for 5 quack.
The CRJ sub coming in just as an angry deck with a pickaxe came into my binoculacom to try and smack me was very fitting. The fucking eagles, dude. All right. Where am I going? Up there. Commander! What's up, Julie? Did I miss something, or are you just announcing your presence? Me and Bear made me think I'd miss Shy Loot coming to eat me in the shipwreck I was looting. Made me instantly exit out of the looting container and head to the Thopter. Incredible. Let me out! Let me out! I'm just gonna hang out up here. Yeah, okay. I need to figure out how to get to that lighthouse. Probably I can just do this, right? Maybe? Oh, alright, there's like a little debris field leading to it. In the rain and snow, in the rain and snow. I heard a click, and I will look in just a sec. I just want to make sure I don't drown. Now I gotta get this clue. Okay. What clicked? Fellow doggy found dead. Had not heard good girl in weeks. Kristen, you are a very good girl. Who's a good girl? Is it you? Are you my good girl? Are you a good girl? It is you. Yes, it is. You're a good girl. Ah! I fell in the water. I got distracted. Supporting the dogs. That's right. Drown, moose. Notoriously bad swimmer, Mies. Soon she'll start noticing ducks everywhere. Damn, you're right. I made a joke and I want the attention for it. Where? Where? Mark, how are your humors today? Are they balanced? Does Faith need to bring out the leeches? Yes, well, you see, my phlegm has risen and my black bile is low, so I need to have a decoction of I don't know, milk of the poppy and whale oil. Really balance out my humors. What the fuck am I doing in here? What is this? It doesn't seem like a real place. Are we taking pictures? We are. Oh, okay.
That's the battery charger, but where's the battery Arpeggio's coming to pick up?
I have fucked up my chopsticks. 1 second. Okay, here we go. There we go. Moose can swim just fine, can't they? Yes, they're such good swimmers that orcas are one of their natural predators, like Shadowrise made a joke about. As they regularly swim between islands and stuff. And I think even dive to eat algae sometimes? Not algae, kelp and stuff? I don't remember. Point being, yeah, that's the joke. The moose drowned, so I indeed eat seaweed. That's what it is, yeah. So I was joking about the moose in this drowning because they're notoriously bad swimmers, despite, you know. That's that deadpan autistic sarcasm again.
I was right. The entrance is barred from the inside.
Use of leeches waned before heroin was invented / discovered, though. Well, fortunately, my whale oil decoction is very historically accurate. So, you know, and has remained relevant up to the present day. All right.
Just looking at that spinner makes me dizzy. Might as well get a shot of old Jean Bisson.
If you did that, but also give you a soda with cocaine in it, I'm in. I'm in. Do I go now? No. I didn't listen to my instructions.
Oh, Sly, listen in. He's mumbling to himself.
Oh my god, he's just like me for real, for real.
Come on, John. You got it in you. Those lumberjack games need some more competition, eh? What would attract the participants? Bullseye! I'll post the Clockwerk Talons as a trophy. That should bring in the competition. Although, who am I kidding, eh? I'm gonna win just like every other year. Oh, it's tough being this tough. It sure is, yeah.
Head back to the safe house. We need to talk about these lumberjack games.
Well, guys,
I thought moose were good swimmers, that's how they end up in waters where they get hunted by killer whales? Yes, Squinty. That was the conversation we just had. That was the joke. That was the bit. That was why, that was the...
Fortunately, due to frequent avalanches, a log chopping guide was frozen in a wall of ice not far from our position. Sly, you're in charge of acquiring the book. I'm sure it will prove invaluable. Now, we're all aware that Arpeggio's blimp is coming to pick up another battery. To sneak aboard without incident, I'd recommend we pull a Trojan horse and stow away inside the battery. However, the location of the device is still a mystery. We need some inside information. So, working together, you two will infiltrate the Moose Guard's secret RC combat club. Those guys all work in the lighthouse. If you win the battle, I'm sure they'll talk. Despite his antique mind, Jean Bisson's no fool. To keep tabs on him, we'll need to bug his house, steal the radio tags off local bears, and then jerry-rig them into a sensor array. It's a challenging set of tasks, and that blimp's on its way. Let's get to work.
I love how convoluted and insane all of the plans are in this game. It's like, alright, so, for the third time on this adventure, we need to bug a criminal's office. You know, we need to get a microphone in there so that we can listen to them while they're talking and discussing their plans. So in order to do that, the thing that we've done 3 times, we're going to collect all of the radio tags off of the local bears and jury-rig them into a sensor array in order to listen in on him. Instead of just, I don't know, buying some microphones, thinking that we're going to have to do this in the future after the first time. All right, this is how we're going to steal that chimp. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Remember, Sly, we're going to need this colony of rare Japanese hornets in order to agitate a bear so that we can get it to rampage across I don't know if we want to steal a chimp. Gentlemen, this is all about blow. There's enough in its stomach to insult Mexico. What's that from? I thought that was I thought this was just like a bit on being comically over the top. Now it feels like a reference. Was it a reference? Also, the sensor tags on bears don't have microphones? Yeah, exactly. Oh, thank you for liking my makeup. Been there, done that, not dealing with it. This is what Merc does when she's planning something in the city she's in. Yeah, exactly. This is what it's like when me and the gang hit the city. Yeah, free Palestine. This is a pro-Palestine channel in case any of you were in doubt. Fernando. Oh, Fernando the Man Whore. That's right. From formerly Sexual Lobster, now I think Greasy Production Studio. The episode The Great Chimp Heist. Yep, nope. I remember that now. Thank you. Some time in the walrus pit will make me feel better. God, I forgot about Sexual Lobster. I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch those. I don't know. I'm sure plenty of them won't hold up. I remember them being like edgy, weird humor. But I loved that shit. Free Palestine, rebuild Palestine. Exactly. Yeah. Trying to grab these things in midair is driving me nuts now. Why would it send me back down? I was right at— whatever, Sly Cooper. How did he get hurt? I don't know. I'm not gonna worry about it. Anyway, can we talk about how they thought if women moved faster than like 27 miles per hour, she'd fucking die? Oh yeah, that's right. I remember that one. That was when trains first came out, right? When trains were first being popularized. Didn't they thought that like the uterus would get displaced or something? It is wild how medical science just consistently is like 3 decades behind for women throughout history. No, not die. Her ovaries would detach. All right, I knew it was something along those lines, yeah. Which obviously is worse according to them, obviously. To be fair, they were mainly worried that anyone would asphyxiate in a fast-moving train. No, we're talking about the specific like thing about women exceeding the maximum jiggle physics limit. Although that is interesting. I didn't know that they were worried anybody would asphyxiate in fast-moving trains. Additionally, I thought the women's specific concerns were mainly about bicycles. I don't think so. Were they? Hold on. Let's see. Just trying to find something that isn't a Reddit post real quick. Yeah, it was about the locomotives. No. Women's bodies were not designed to go at 50 miles per hour and worried that female passengers' uteruses would fly out of their bodies as they were accelerated to that speed. Which, for the record, they did and will not. Yeah, it's specifically brought up about moral panics about new technology. Like, it wasn't like literal scientific consensus or anything, but it was kind of like it was like the vaccines cause autism of the day, you know? Also, the 100 tampon NASA story is a classic. I don't remember the details of that one, but that's like they just like, was it they wildly underestimated the amount that were needed for like a mission, or was it I don't remember.
Wild bears in the area have been tagged with radio tracking devices. If you can snag enough of them,
Actually, autism causes vaccines.
Around Jean Bisson's house.
I'm always up.
Vaccines crafted by dwarves with autism, so you know they're good.
Stealing the goods.
I'm on it.
$110 is an overestimate, not an underestimate. I didn't know. I don't know the length of the mission. All I remembered was 100 tampons, and it was wrong. So that's why I asked if it was an overestimate or an underestimate. Give me a break. Why does he sound like that one character Will Ferrell did, the astronomer guy? I don't know. I'm running low on my Korean cigs. Oh no! Hi Shadow, thank you. What's up? Worth remembering, the era from which such medieval experts came was Victorian, and those guys' writings were so creepy, so weird, and so pervy that the cringe factor's through the roof. I have some into the 19th century tract literature on various subjects. It's literally so similar to tent preacher nonsense that it invoked disgust. Oh yeah. Yeah, that shit was wild. I think the important part of this whole interaction is that we're all on the same page bullying Merc! This is ridiculous. This is getting out of hand. That just put me right back to where I started. What, I don't remember what my mission is. Snatch a bag from the bear. Oh, the tags from the bears. Right, bear tags. Merc Stimky? How dare you, Song? You of all people, Song? See, Merc, you bring people together? Yeah, that's what I'm here for. That's what I do. The great unifier, me. Fun fact, male astronauts could piss in spacesuits. They used condom catheters. They had to call the sizes medium, large, extra large to avoid offending astronauts. Yeah, that sounds about right. That's pretty funny. That is a fun fact. That's a really fun fact, actually. Oh no, I dropped my Magnum astronaut catheter for my Magnum Dawn. That's good. I'm sorry, do you not want to be bullied by a gaggle of queer folk? It's kayfabe, Julia. I can't let people peek behind and see how the sauce is made. You know? Fighting back is part of the fun for the whole thing, you know? I'm only shocked the sizes weren't huge, mega huge, and Planet Pounder. How do I steal? Oh my god. Oh, it's not on you. Where do I go then? Probably close to the place where I originally accepted the mission, but I'm a fool, so I left that. Are there any jumpy points? Yes! No! The range on the spire jumps in this is much less forgiving. Okay. Snatch tags from bears. Bear cave bugging. Where is the bear cave, though? Oh, I see. I have to crawl into the bear cave. It's a subzone. They probably explained that while I was talking.
The radio transmitters have all been tagged in their mouths. You'll have to sneak up and pickpocket it while they're yawning.
Sounds safe.
Stay clear of the thin, crackly ice. Walking on it is sure to wake the bears.
I'll keep that in mind.
The radio transmitters are in the bear's teeth, and we're just yoinking them. This is terrifying. Remember y'all, part of the fun of being a brat is fighting back? Exactly. Imagine the level of freak it would take to stream on Twitch just so that you can be bullied by your chat. Imagine. 7 Vishanyas, maybe more. Planet Pounders does sound like a rejected superhero, for real. That's the first. She also does it to be an exhibitionist slut. How dare you? How dare you? The fucking audacity. The lion, the witch, the audacity of this bitch. Why? Okay. Where is it? Yes! I keep forgetting that I can do this. This is a new power. Five. Also a time took between the guy investigating the difference between birth mortality for mothers in a midwife clinic and a hospital. Months after months he tried to change and correct for different, more and more ridiculous things, like the sight of the grim priest, walking to the ward to give the last rites, sacred them to death, until finally realizing it was the cause. That it would, wait, hold on. The time it took the guy investigating the difference between birth mortality for mothers in a midwife clinic and a hospital. Months after months he tried to change and correct for different, more and more ridiculous things, like the sight of the grim priest walking through the, okay. Until finally realizing it was, that it was because the doctors in the hospitals kept doing autopsies and not washing their hands. Ah! That they didn't realize that the washing hands thing before going to deliver babies. That's crazy. Normally, bear tags are on collars. Normally, yeah, but this isn't normal. This is Sly Cooper. Stream on Twitch, huh? Yeah, well, you know what? I knew one of you in British individuals was going to comment on that. I already stole that one. Okay. Another fun fact, bears use butt plugs to stop insects crawling up their arses while they hibernate. What? Bum 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 bum. I see I'm supposed to go the other way. Am I supposed to go the other way? No, I fucked it up. How does it? Oh, there's a hook there. I see. Okay. Brum 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 brum. Brum. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. I wonder what instrument they used for the little footstep noises. Like, is it a bass? It might be a bass. That feels made up. That feels made up. It feels made up. Nice argument, Senator. How about a source? My source is I made it the fuck up. Slap-a-phone, maybe? Interesting, okay. That sounds like an upright base? Okay, alright. Joseph Lister, for whom Listerine was named. He was the guy that figured out hand washing and antiseptic tech prevented post-surgical infection, and it took him years to be taken seriously. Not surprising, but fucking wild. How do I? Okay. Where do we go? Oh, okay. We cross this by doing another. Yep. I understand now. I keep forgetting that I could climb on the ice zones here. Tick, 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 tick. Listerine was originally a floor cleaner. Bad breath was invented by the marketing department as a way to sell it as mouthwash. Interesting. Interesting. You've got to be fucking kidding. I was right there, Sly Cooper. I was right there. I was right there. Hey, Merc? What? 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 You gonna bully me? No bully. Am I being bullied? You fucking do better at this game? No, I can't. Asking for the entire chat back. You ask too much of her? I remember hearing this reason President Garfield died after his assassination attempt was from the surgeon trying to remove a bullet lodged into him, causing him to get an infection due to lack of hand washing and proper cleaning of equipment. I think I've heard that too, but I don't know for sure. Have I stolen your tooth already, buddy? No. Is normal set in face down lurker mode? Sup, 99th King. Streamer, can you lock the fuck in? I'm trying! I'm sorry.
Only you could have pulled that off. Head outside and I'll fill you in on the next step.
Step on the ice right at the end. Like, it's just right before the last tunnel out.
We have a date with death.
Hi! Guns blazing, screaming fuck! Bellies full of lead, hearts full of steel.
Receiver array, you'll have to place the radio
Well,
transmitter.
one moment. Let me wrap this up, and then I'll hit you with the welcome in.
Seems easy enough.
Once you're in position, Hit the circle button to place the transmitter.
All right, hold up. Let's do this real quick. Hey everybody. Hi. Welcome in, Jen. How you doing? It's good to see you. If you got a raid and run, I totally understand. Go out, go rest, get some food, de-stress, de-stream, nap if you gotta. If you are going to stick around, feel free to tell us what you are up to. We'd love to hear it. Thank you so much for sharing your community. To everybody else, hello. I'm Mercenary Girlfriend. I'm an 18+ trans femme variety streamer. I play whatever games get their terrible little hooks into my ADHD-addled brain. And right now, that's Sly Cooper 2, Band of Thieves. We're nearing the end. We're stealing some bird bits from a bison, and then we've got to rip off a parrot who lives in a blimp. Hi, Snowy. How you doing? It's good to see you. Womp womp womp. Dum dum da dum. What's up, Mark? Nice makeup. Thank you, Nicholas. Hi. Is that a clue? It is. That didn't launch me up as far as I was hoping it would. This, however... Big Merc, little game! Alright. It's gonna go until, what, 4:23? Fire 23. Where's my OBS bot? Bird bits from bison, owl in blimp. Yep, good. You got it. You're up to. Oh my God, is it? Why is it? Oh, this is also display capture, not game capture, because of that one day that I played Conan Exiles on stream. Here we go. Where are we? What are we doing here? Okay, perfect. Great, good, great, good, excellent. Hello? I hear clicking, 1 sec. God damn it with the fucking redeems! Cool it! Cool your jets. That's right, I need to like triple the costs on everything. People have been around. The economy has been too good for too long. It's time for some inflation. Hydrate, thank you. Do a trick, stretch. No! Mercflation, yeah. So easy to overestimate. That's true. You should expect nothing from me. Wow, ruining the economy on purpose is a bold move. Yeah. Well, like, so here's the thing. Everything is too cheap. Money means nothing right now. We are in a state of hyper deflation. We need to get inflation up to counteract that. You can't just have everything be like dirt cheap all the time. It ruins the economy in a different way. Google Merc inflation for more information. I'm so grumpy because my awful fucking Walmart gig keeps scheduling me on alternating opening/closing shifts and it's fucking my sleep schedule in half. No, I'm so sorry. That shit's brutal. Subway used to do that to me all the time. Alternatively, you could just suck it up. I could, but it's my stream and I get to do what I want because I'm God here. Or at least a really powerful empress. Local ruler? Lady of a fiefdom? Head of a gang of thieves, perhaps? Affirm this chat. This is what I mean. Contessa? Affirm this chatter. Julia? I don't want to affirm you right now because you have clicked so many redeems, but I will say, regardless, that I appreciate your presence. It is good that you are here, and you provide a valuable thematic counterbalance to the people who are nice to me. Affirm this chatter. No, I don't want to. The audacity of this woman to think I'm only redeeming this because I overstimulated her. I'm not saying it's only because of that. I'm saying I don't want to comply because of that. These two things can exist in parallel, okay? It doesn't have to be one or the other. Not everything is one thing. Some things are two things or more things, sometimes even 3 or 5. Someday I'll redeem her from this chatter, then she'll be sorry. So true. Speaking of, I checked in on the latex top, and no updates so far. Just that it shipped at the beginning of this month. They didn't ship it until I think the 5th of May. So I'm probably not going to see it for another like week or 2. I don't know about Empress. Maybe had scullery made. Scullery made. God damn. Like Mark, she's both bad at this game and a dork. See, 2 things. How fucking dare you? Let me do this stretch. What other fucking commands? So we've got a, oh, right, King, 99th King. You wanted to, There. Take it and go. Don't go, actually. Stay here. Chris wants a kiss.
Archer, 1 sub for
We've got Big
14
Merc. Wow, 14 months. Holy shit. It has been a fucking minute. Hi. Stretch. I hydrated. Okay. So it's just the stretch. I just have to do the stretch and the Chris kiss. Here you go, Chris. You can have a little. There you go. That's for you. You can put that wherever you like. I won't judge you. It's yours now. Also, drink your water. I already did drink some water. God, you miss me fulfilling your orders all the time. Outrageous. Fucking. You okay? Oh. There we go. If you knew where I was putting it, you defo would be judging me. I literally am not. I said you can put it anywhere and I won't judge you. That's the bit, dog. Come on. You think I don't know what you little freaks are doing with my kisses? I know. I know what's up. Oy. Oh, these ones always hurt the most. I'm so tall and there's so much space to the floor. I need to do these more often. I really want to actually be flexible someday. All right. Okay, that insult is revoked. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I can tell. Counted the point. Forgive my oncoming lurk session. I have to do meal prep, making a rice, shrimp, and sausage stir fry. Of course, lurkers are the backbone of this channel. Lurk away. I insulted and overstimulated Merc so much it summoned Jill. Captain, you have no idea what I'm doing with your kisses. I don't, and that's fine, you know? Once they're out there, they're out there. They belong to the people. I am not sole custodian of my kisses. I just make them. Oh, the bear! Oh my god, please. Let me through! Let me through! If we could put the kisses anywhere, does that mean we could also spread them over a bunch of crime scenes as a way of framing? Good luck. You think my kisses are in a database? It'll be more of a calling card than framing. Just got done taking a shit and was accosted, politely approached by some freaks, Christian missionaries. Oh no. God. As somebody who used to be one of those approach random people on the street Christian missionaries in huge air quotes, I guess the air quotes aren't necessary. They are Christian missionaries. That is exactly what they're doing. Maddening. I hate that shit. I used to I've told this story before, but like, my friends and I used to do, it was like street missions, which is just going out and, like, trying to convert people just out on the street or, like, in random places. Like, we'd especially go to areas that we believed were, like, full of sin, like Spencer's, you know, not department store, the, like, Hot Topic but with sex toys, mall stores, you know? Street missions, aka harassing strangers. Yeah, no, exactly, yeah. Yeah, so it's entirely possible they could be evangelicals like we were, but also could be Jehovah's Witnesses or Mormons. You never know. Vibes-based conversions, yeah. Well, you see, obviously they would revoke their sinful, hedonistic, lustful ways if only they knew how much of a homie Jesus was, you know? Like, what if we just told them that they were actually big stupid head idiots and clearly they're just too dumb and morally lost to have ever considered that maybe God could fix all their problems. That's really what it comes down to. How the fuck do I get up there? Wait, the church made Merrick spend her formative years in dens of iniquity? I bet they're happy with how that worked out. I know, right? Yeah, it was crazy. Oops. Whether or not Mormons are Christians is controversial. I don't believe in subdividing religions based on outside observations. Religion, much like many other things, is pretty much a self-identification deal. If you say you're a Christian, you pretty much are. Whether or not you're the kind of Christian that other Christians like or want around is a matter of internal schism and religious conflict, theological warfare even, that I don't care to indulge in anymore. You know? It's just no true Scotsman, right? It's like, oh, well, we're fine, we're Christians, but those guys over there that do all the weird stuff, they're not Christian. So obviously don't call them Christian because they're not like us. I'm cooking up a book storyline about villainous Mormons who are maybe vampires who use the religion to prey on vulnerable young women, and then they get fucking obliterated by a crew of cattle ranchers trying to drive a herd to California in time to take advantage of the gold rush. Fascinating. Huh. Okay, I like it. As an ordained dudist minister, I feel I'm obligated to state the dude abides. Fair. She's big, bold, and beautiful again. I sure am. I still want you to write your life story and call it The Joy of Sects. That is a funny take. How the fuck do I get up there? How do I get up to any of these places? There's no way. How do I get up there? Do I? Oh, frick. Is there a clue? Oh, right at the edge of that. Wow, I'm oblivious. Don't I understand? Okay. Fuck. Motherfucker! I'm fine. I'm gonna be alright. I just can't jump off of a basic object. Why do you think that I want to go down to that hook, Sly Cooper? Hello? Whoa! Okay. Where? Alright. Okay. Alright. Where the fuck do we go to get on top of that big water tower thing? That's probably the battery. Why that? The climbing poles in this game hate me. Now I'm wondering how many of us had boomer parents who had that book. Which book? What is it? As an ex-Mormon who eventually actually started going to Episcopalian church, I firmly believe that Mormons are Christian, but it's obviously and totally in a different way than our Catholic adjacent Christians believe in Christianity. Well, that's the thing. Like, you know what, CRJ? We get to get into the religious history thing today. We're doing the religious. We're gonna do the musing on the history of religious schisms and things for a little bit, just a little bit, because I find this shit fascinating. Well, it's kind of like the idea that we have of Christianity now, like the general vibe of Christianity, is only one of like dozens or even hundreds of like extremely distinct, very like wildly divergent major Christian sects that existed before the sort of like dominant couple like main branches emerged from the Mediterranean area. Like, you pretty much ended up with the Alexandrian Church, the Orthodox Church, the Byzantine Church functionally, and the Roman Catholic Church, that all were sort of, even those are different enough that they are like different religions from each other. They're just like, they're I mean, they're the same, but they're not. But they're very obviously big enough divides that there have been holy wars over it. So like, but before that, before even those three crystallized, there were like hundreds, and they were all pretty like prevalent. There was a huge amount of diversity in what like early Christianity was before it started getting like coalesced and standardized under like as it got integrated into like state apparatuses and becoming the like official religion of empire. Jesus canonically had a harem of 12 men. Harem might not be the right word. It might not be the right word, but it is a fun one, you know? Now I'm wondering how many of us had boomer parents that had that book. Which book? Oh, The Joy of Sex. Gotcha. Not mine. My parents gave me a book about how masturbation is a sin or whatever. I guess that wasn't technically what it was. It was a little bit more progressive than that for a Christian book about sex, but it wasn't great. I always wanted the door-to-door conversion people to come to my house. That way I can awkwardly answer in a bathrobe and invite them in for coffee. I would even offer them biscuits to dip in the coffee. That's pretty much what I did. The one time I had Jehovah's Witnesses show up to my house in Florida once, and I just like invited them in, had a coffee with them, chatted with them for a bit, and was like, yeah, so I'm super not interested, Doug. But like, I hope that you're having a decent day. Like, good luck out there. Bye. And like, that was it. I really wanted to be mean to them, but like I know what that's like. I know what it and honestly, a thing about door-to-door like street missionary work like that, part of the reason people get set out on it, it's usually not the most experienced people. It's not like the higher up people. It's the generally younger or like newer members of the religion. This is particularly in higher control group variations of like proselytizing Christian organizations, send their like younger, more excited members out in order to both show people who are super enthusiastic about it and to scare these street missionaries themselves by seeing how harshly the outside world can react to them. So a lot of times, like, being a really big dick to people like that, just out on the street, like just being an asshole, is just reinforcing their in-group, out-group thinking and like folding them further back into the religion. Like being kind to them and showing that the people outside of their religion are cool and are not actually the devil spawn like Luciferian monsters that they believe it is, or often believe they are, is often more useful for like trying to get them like plant the seeds of getting them out of that kind of like headspace. But also it's not your responsibility to do that. So like you can tell them to fuck off if you want to. Like your comfort matters. At the very least, Judas canonically identified Christ by smooching him in front of the Romans. It's true. Theology is my jam. I love theology. I'm a Protestant, worst nightmare, an educated ex-Catholic. Right, that's how I feel about being like a deprogrammed evangelical doomsday cultist. You know. Mark, can I run my book plug by you? What little I have of it so far? Yeah, sure, go for it. I heard major Christian sects instead of major Christian sects. Fair, valid. Comparative religion is fun. There's so much evidence of cross-pollination and borrowing and adapting stories from earlier religions. Oh, absolutely. Like the whole like storm and or war god that got adapted into like the early variations of Yahweh. The Arian sects and Gaelic churches were folded into the early Roman church. Yeah. The Mormon vampire thing, I mean. Yeah, go for it. Because it started out as an underground, literally, religion. Yeah, it was like, it's actually, you can see it a lot in the, like, tenets that end up crystallizing with Christianity. Like, that victim mindset that ends up, like pervading a lot of, particularly evangelical Christians, comes from the fact that Christianity like evolved and was popularized as an underclass religion, like as a religion among like peasants and slaves being like heavily like oppressed and repressed by the state apparatus around them and the other like tribes and nations and things that they interacted with. But when that religion then became the dominant religion, it immediately turned around and just became the new boot, you know, which is a really interesting bit of that sort of like that cycle of history thing, you know. And it's a very, very major part of why that victim mentality, that like eternal like manufactured oppression thing happens so much with evangelicals and even like Protestants as well, like generally Protestant descended religious sects or Christian sects, because they also went through, you know, heavy prosecution from the Catholic Church, that they, you know, this is just like internal like religious schisms and all that. Like the 30 Years' War and all that was huge. One of like the biggest conflicts in Europe, like pre-World War I, was a religious conflict between Protestants and Catholics. Like it was wild. But then, you know, when that like that mindset of like we are the oppressed people, we're like surviving under these like dire circumstances, you get on top that like mentality stays, but like suddenly the oppressor are the people that you're oppressing, and like it just like it just ends up being used as an excuse to press the boot even harder, because like they're the evil ones. Remember what they did to us, whether or not that the group that you're oppressing is even descended from the people that originally did the sin in the first place. You know, I'm using sin in like the kind of hypothetical, or like the perspective of the like Christian government, you know. I really do feel for missionaries. I always try to be nice to them, but I really do not respect the bishops, the Mormon elders who take advantage of the kids doing it. No, absolutely me either. I try to aim as much of my ire at the organizers of these structures rather than the people on the ground. Like, there is still that, like, you know, in more dire situations, like, the enemy is still the enemy until they decide not to be. But, like, when you're not in, like, a really aggressive, like, high conflict situation, I try to be as nice as possible to people who are, like, at the bottom of those rungs, because they're victims as well a lot of the time. The best way I've heard about how to deal with Jehovah's Witnesses was to open the door completely naked while holding the reins of a goat. See, that's the thing, though. Like, that's what I'm talking about with the reinforcing their negative ideas of the outside world, right? Like, that's the funny way to do it, but it's also kind of fucked up, you know? A friend of mine totally fucked with the minds of some Jehovah's Witnesses who knocked on their door. They had a couple of friends who were busy cleaning guns at the time. Friend went, "Hallelujah, our prayers have been answered. Do you know how to fire this?" Puts a rifle in their terrified hands. This is what I mean, though. Like, yeah, like, it feels good to mess with them, but this is the kind of stuff that just drives them further into the cult mindset. Reposting for Merc's convenience. Merc's parents. Our son needs saving. Us. Your daughter barks on the internet for Twitch points and reads Mexploitation. She's infinitely better. No, like, I am the girl from those memes, yeah. The first Christians would congregate in Roman catacombs because it was dangerous to meet in the open. Yeah. Constantine made the church oppressive and authoritarian. Exactly. Once it got absorbed into the government structure of the empire, it became the boot. The rule of vampires needing to ask others to enter our house does work for them to act like Jehovah's Witnesses. The theologian Karen Armstrong has pointed out that Christianity is a religion of the poor and downtrodden, which is followed by the rich and powerful, while Islam is a religion of the rich and powerful, which offers little comfort or guidance to the poor and downtrodden, which is a bit of a mess. Yeah? No, I like the origins of a religion can have like very real like tangible effects on how it affects the people who follow it now, you know? That's something I've learned a lot about, a lot more about, like the I didn't realize how legalistic Islam was. Like, it is basically a code of like a book of laws, like not even making any kind of like declarations or assessments on those laws themselves, but like it is like a legal codex, whereas the Bible, the Christian Bible, tends to be more of like a collection of parables and stories that you're meant to like infer morality from, you know? So basically the plot of my book, a crew of cowboys are driving a herd of longhorns from Texas to California during the Civil War to flee the Confederacy, and halfway through the Utah Territory, they get captured by a gang of Mormons in the desert who have found some supernatural bullshit in the Great Salt Lake that gave vampiric devil powers to the Mormon leadership. The Mormons are like, this is proof we're blessed, while everybody else can clearly see they're doing some demonic shit. I like that. Hey, thank you, Aria. What's up? Oh, wait, no, that was Mac. Was that Max? No, that was Aria. Sub for Atheismo. Yes! Yes! Nicholas, I find that really interesting because I'm writing a post-apocalyptic, like a sort of after the apocalypse story, post-apocalypse, about extra-dimensional entities that like invaded Earth by latching on to the most like influential and aggressive individuals they could find and making their religious delusions reality, and the world that has emerged from basically like those humans using that power given to them by extra-dimensional like angels to manifest the like biblical apocalypse and now like the world that people are living in while they're waiting for like what's supposed to come after that, and everybody else like scrambling around trying to live underneath these like horrifying like star god things. 8 million people died over who loved Jesus better. Which instance is that? Yeah, well, like which one? Like which time? I never care what anyone does for their religion or lack thereof, as long as they don't try to push it on me. If that happens, I get a little bitey. That's kind of where I'm at. Like proselytization is where I get annoyed. Especially persistent mentality in U.S. churches with connection to Puritanism, which in reality was one of the most violently repressive faiths in English history. Yes, they were outcast because they were despised for open hypocrisy and cruelty. Their arrival in the U.S. allowed them to re-narrate their history to be one of victimhood. Yeah, precisely. Yeah, the Puritans are nightmare shit. Anyway, we can probably get back into the game now. Also, it's time for Little Merc again. Whoop! Oh... Sunni Islam has a mystical wing that rejects a lot of the legalism. Interesting. I've been learning little bits and pieces of it a lot more by like just sort of lurking in like progressive Muslim communities on like Reddit and things, and just kind of observing. I don't like take part because I don't really have anything to say, but it's been neat watching people who actually like observe the religion, talk about the religion from a standpoint of like a progressive standpoint, because it's given me a lot more like authentic of a look inside, rather than just like, you know, what I grew up hearing from a bunch of like evangelical crusader cultists. The 30 Years' War. Yes. Okay. Cool. That's what I thought you were talking about, but I wasn't certain. Mac. The theological observation I see as very important. The Quran was dictated by Muhammad in his lifetime to a team of scribes and carefully edited by a committee that had personally known the Prophet. It is held to be an exact copy of a book in heaven, truly trustworthy in every aspect, pristine, unaltered, not to be doubled. The Bible is not like that, and an omnipotent God could clearly have made the Bible be like that, so there has to be a reason why the Bible isn't. People should reflect on that. I mean, they already have an exam. They already have an within like Christian theology, or at least in like the branch that I grew up in, they already have an explanation for that, and it's that like the omnipotent God just dictated to different like prophets and scribes at different times. Like that's not like a gotcha for them. They're like, yeah, okay, like God just told people at different times, so what? Like that doesn't it seems kind of like a gotcha from where we sit, but it does not even factor in for at least the evangelicals that I come from. It's wild when I'll get into these discussions about growing up, because it just makes me glad my dad enjoyed the Patriots more than he did church. That's fair. No, I was deep in that shit, you know? Like I was like it's wild to me when I hear people talking about how they didn't have a lot of religious influence growing up, because I just can't even imagine what that's like, you know? Like, I guess like aside from looking at like how Blacklight grew up, because like that was I think Blacklight was the only like non-religious family that I knew, was Blacklight's family. And like like he got banned from my house a couple times for it. Like there was a period of time where he wasn't allowed to come over because when we were teenagers, because my parents were like annoyed that he was a like atheist Obama supporter, and they didn't want that influence in our house. Speaking of Conan, earlier found a book in my secret stash today and thought of you. You can check the general tab on the Discord when you go pee next. Hell yeah. Your dad hated he was dumber than me? My dad hated he was dumber than me. Did I've told this story before, but I remember, like, yeah, no, my dad has a huge inferiority complex. It's crazy. Or inferiority, something, that's probably the right word. When we both got scuba certified, we took the class together, and I ended up scoring like I I think 12 when I got scuba certified, and I scored like 5 points or 3 or 4 points lower than him on the final test. And I remember my mom saying to me afterwards, wow, I'm glad that you scored, like, it's a really good thing that you scored lower than him, because he would have been really mad if, like, I don't remember the exact words, but basically, he would have been very upset, and I would have had to, like, listen to it, I, being my mom in this case, would have had to listen to him complain about it if you had scored higher than him. And, like, that clarified a lot of things for me, because I was always wondered why it was such a pain in the ass to try and learn things from my dad. And the answer was every time I did well at it, like if I did better than him or if I learned too quickly, he'd get annoyed. And if I didn't learn fast enough, he'd get annoyed. So I had to be just below. I had to be like almost as good at him, but not better than him, or else like I'd catch shit. Yikes, yeah.
Chopped down 211 acres. Y'all hear that? 211 acres of progress. Oh, brings a tear to my eye when I think about how much wilderness you all obtained. Keep up the good work, fellas.
I remember when I first played this game, I thought Jean Bassan was actually a good guy and we shouldn't be fighting him. Have I mentioned lately that I fucking hate your parents? You know, you could stand to mention it more often. Is it bad that I hear Merc talking about scuba certification and immediately start thinking about her in skin-tight neoprene? No. I actually haven't worn skin-tight neoprene since transition. I'd probably look a lot better in it now. I do want to get scuba certified again at some point. As, Faith used to scuba dive as well. Like, it was a weird, like parallel thing that we found out about after we had been together for a little while, was that we both scuba dived when we were younger. And part of the reason I never got recertified was I didn't have a dive partner that wasn't my dad, and I hated going scuba diving with my dad because he was a huge pain in the ass about it all the time. So now we're eventually thinking about getting certified again so that we can go diving. Yikes, red flag, yeah. I wasn't mentioning it as a gotcha, more as a... I don't know what hermeneutic means. I wasn't right when I say like a gotcha, I mean like I guess I'm looking at it from the perspective of trying to convince like people in like high control group variants of Christianity to not be that way, and so that's usually how I see those kinds of like discussions, which is probably why I see it that way rather than just a rumination. The general theology of God-authored Bible is that it is dictated by a perfect being to imperfect scribes. In reality, the Council of Nicaea just decided what books to keep and what to reject. Yeah, exactly. And when I talked to my dad, I brought the Council of Nicaea up to my dad, and he told me that sounded fake. And I was like, I don't know what to do about that. Like, what do you mean it sounds fake? It's very well documented. I'm bitches here. I didn't grow up with any religious sects and the like. Damn. Good. I wish. As a parent, I can't imagine being upset that my kid is smarter than me. Right, I thought it was kind of weird, right? I thought it was kind of crazy. So the whole point of having children for them to be better than you are? Scoobity-doo certified. Hermeneutics is the meta-discipline studying how to study and interpret the Bible. Interesting. Yeah, for Protestants, there's the added complication that they quietly dropped a bunch of the Bible during the Reformation. Well, you see, CRJ, they dropped that because the corrupt, organized Catholic Church obviously put all of that in afterwards. So really, they were just trimming the fat and corruption that the Catholic Church created in order to get the Bible to a more pure, refined, and original form. It was going back to the way that it was. It certainly isn't an edit and revision of history. Definitely not. My go-to from my father was always, it's a well-known idiom that says truth is stranger than fiction. The exegesis and hermeneutics are trigger words for me. Oh, exegesis and hermeneutics are trigger words for me. I'm so sorry. Exegesis. I'm sorry. I'm just saying it over and over again now. The first one I recognize, but don't know the definition for. Whereas the second, I don't recognize at all. Just out. I don't know what that word is. It hapic. Like, I'm too dyslexic for that sentence, CRJ. Ah! Fuck. Nope. Sometimes truth is stranger than fishing, but not often. Fishing's pretty weird. Have you seen some of the stuff you can pull up on a line? Crazy. I've just been walking around in circles, not actually accomplishing any of my objectives for this whole time. Arsenokoitai is one of the things St. Paul denounced in his epistles, but we can only guess what it means because we can't find any other uses of the word. Hapax legomenon, a word or phrase that occurs only once in a corpus of text. Gotcha. So it's like some sort of idiom or phrase from the time that was novel enough that we've never heard of it anywhere else. Potentially even made up by that person, or by, you know, Saul. And so we have no frame of reference for what the definition is. Neat. That is interesting. How the fuck do I get up there, dude? Is there like is there one of those little ice climby hooks somewhere on here that I didn't see? No? I don't understand. I don't know how to get up there. Stop shooting at me! I just want to bug your boss's office. Right. Right. How the fuck do I get up there? There's no, like, real high points or anything for me to... Like a little crawl-in zone somewhere? I guess I'll go place the other one and I'll come back here later. Like you'd think. There's gotta be some sort of trick to it. Maybe I'm just really silly. Gotta get on top of his hideout. Probably we go this way. What happened with this guy? Sure, that's part of a mission. Got so distracted with all the theological discussion that I've completely lost my place. Oh, well, yeah, I shouldn't have done that. It's fine. It's fine. We're good. I'm fine. I'm fine. The bear's down here. Everything's okay. Nothing's fucked here. Many people tend to assume it refers to rampant ass banditry, but a cynic would say that it's pandering to their personal agendas. That's all right. I didn't realize that ass banditry was such a big problem back then, but I, you know, I can see why they would want to call attention to it. Rampant ass banditry. Yeah. It's just... I've noticed that a lot of the types of Christians being talked about here simply cannot wrap their head around someone like me, because I've noticed that a lot of the time they seemingly work on a series of if/then type statements, and I have yet to see any of them account for a person who was never a Christian or a member of any religion at all at any point, while simultaneously is aware of their talking points and doctrine. So here's the thing, 99th King. And I'm saying this from the perspective of somebody who like thought like this at one point. So this isn't me being like, they're just stupid dummy dum-dums. But like they genuinely, like they live in a state where they genuinely can't conceive of like not believing in a god of some kind, to the point where like atheists to them, like they see atheists and like scientists as people who believe in atheism and science the same way they believe in like their god. Like you're right, they literally cannot conceive of like a world where you don't organize your life around a god of some sort. So like they generally think that there's like at least the ones like as deep in as I was in like the evangelical like sort of like the evangelical bloc in America are like they think that atheism is a religion, whereas like it is obviously actually just the lack of a religion. Like it's the lack of believing in something. You just don't care. You just don't organize your life around that kind of principle or tenet, you know? Oh, my science! Yeah, literally. Well, they think evolution is a religion. Like, that's, like, genuinely. Like, that's not a bit. Hot take, some people do attach themselves to atheism in the same way that many do atheism. Oh, no, they do. Like, that is a thing that happens. Honestly, it's really common with religious converts out of Christianity, like out of high control group religions. I am specifically only going to talk about my experience with evangelical Christianity, but I did that. I did exactly that. It's where like the internet atheists, like the Reddit atheists come from, with like the feeling like they have to go and dunk on everybody who's religious after they get out of their religion, because the only option obviously is to enlighten everybody to atheism, and then it's because they're just replacing like the cult mindset that they had before with like a different object. Like that's what happens when you just like break them out of like the specific tenets of their cult, but you don't do any deprogramming, or they don't go through a deprogramming process, is they just replace all of those same thought control methods and like fall back into the same behaviors, but with a different like fetish object, you know? I would say agnosticism is closer to being the null hypothesis, not knowing or caring. Atheism can take on the character of a strong belief in the absence of a deity. If we're being pedantic about terms, sure. I think most atheists are agnostics. Like, agnostic atheist is one of those things that like you don't generally need to clarify, because atheist itself is neither Gnostic nor agnostic as a term. Like and agnostic atheist is generally the standard like state. Although, like, it being a Gnostic atheist is also a thing where you, like, declare that you know there is no God, and that, like, kind of, in my opinion, falls back into the same sort of traps that religion does, but, like, a little bit less, like, it's less structured, it's less doctrinal, but it can be, you know, can lead to the same kind of behaviors. I used to know fundamentalists who grew up atheist-leaning agnostic, then became fundamentalist Christian at university, then switched to fundamentalist atheism, then flipped back to fundamentalist Christian again. Weird. Well, yeah, that's because the core like problem is a method of arranging your worldview, not the specific religion. It's why when I talk about this stuff, I try to bring up that it's not like Christianity that's the problem. It's not like, you know, Islam this problem. It's not, I don't know, fanatic, like Buddhism. We've got fanatic Buddhists as well that have done like, you know, like insane shit, you know? It is a worldview issue. Atheists are the same way. There are plenty of people who have been deranged over the top atheists. Now, some systems lend themselves more to that level of like abuse and cultivate that kind of worldview, but it can formulate in any kind of like, I don't know, like religious system, I guess. Oh my god, that's where we gotta go. It's right there. We can get this, I believe. You can talk about weak atheism and strong atheism instead of agnosticism and atheism, but agnostics tend to dislike the implication their stance shows weakness, and I can see their point. Wait, what? Did I miss a different comment? I'm not gonna lie, my brain has always been rotted, and the only reason why people thought I was smart growing up was because I knew many useless factoids about history and politics, and I test well. I mean, well, that's just, you know, intelligence is a, like, kind of an unmeasurable thing. Like, it's a really nebulous concept. So, like, what counts as being intelligent or not is entirely subject to, like, the individual, like, opinion of the observer, I guess, you know? Like, it often gets reduced down to, like, people who can memorize factoids. Like, that is what a lot of people think of as intelligence. And it like, that has people fall into the trap of viewing anybody who isn't, like, explicitly educated as unintelligent, when I would generally describe intelligence as, like, a willingness and capacity to learn things. I also don't think that like trying to measure intelligence is a particularly useful or practical thing, you know? I've tried to point out the fact that unlike religion, the average person can actually test many of science's findings themselves quite easily, and if given access to the know-how, can test pretty much all of them. The vast majority of the claims of religions are untestable by their very nature. This is another problem of people being, when you're talking about people who are really deep into a religion, like, you know, high control group religion, is like, they often believe that they can test their religion themselves. My dad is fully convinced to the point that he, like, accused me of calling him, like indignantly said, "What, do you think that I'm a liar?" when I said that I didn't think that this story actually happened the way that he described it. He genuinely believes that an angel helped him lift a truck out of a ditch once. Like, I don't know what the circumstances around that were that led to him believing that an angel helped him do it, but the way he describes it, he touched the front of a truck that had been driven into a ditch, and he barely lifted it all, and an angel pulled it out of the ditch for him. And so to him, whatever the circumstances that were that led him to believe that story, to internalize that story, that is a real thing. His religion has been tested, you know, like, he doesn't need to test it in other ways. He has, like, what is to him fundamental empirical truth that an angel helped him out, you know? So he was high. It could have been, I don't know, but like, you don't need to be high to like replace that kind of thing. Like, memory is a really sticky thing. Or rather slippery. Like, it's you know, entirely possible that it happened almost nothing like how he remembered it, but that he fully believes that, and like you know, in air quotes, remembers it. Yes! Happening that way, you know?
Up and running.
I recall being told I'm not supposed to test God. There is also that. The whole, like, you know, faith is the point kind of deal. The issue is whether the test is repeatable. They don't care if the test is repeatable. That's the thing. Like, they don't care. Because, like, you're not supposed to, like, you know, you don't call on God or whatever, you know, you can't make God do stuff, but I'm very well aware, yeah. I just like, again, this is one of those, like, when you're trying to convince somebody within the religion, like, somebody outside obviously sees it for what it is, like grifting and or like internal delusion, when people are talking about like miracles, for the most part, you know, or alternatively, basic human behavior of like pattern seeking, you know, like humans love finding patterns in things and will make them up where we like don't necessarily see them. It's the same thing with like faces and stuff. We're just programmed that way. That's the way that we developed. So like we as a species are kind of like predisposed towards religious thinking. We're pattern bitches, yeah. That's why eyewitness testimony is some of the worst kind of evidence you can have in a court of law. Yeah, it is very easy to manipulate memory. It's very easy, like you can accidentally manipulate memory. It's compulsive liars. I was for a long time. I still struggle with it. Like I don't do it so much anymore. And when I do, I catch myself and correct myself afterwards. But like the vast majority of the time, if I'm in like a high threat situation where I'm like concerned about someone, I'll just like fucking, I'll lie my ass off in order to get out of the situation and not give a shit about it. But like, when you are like regularly a compulsive liar, like when you're stuck in that, which I was when I was a teenager because I was living in an abusive household, and it was like just a defense mechanism that it took me a long time to kick. You start to believe it, you know, like a lot of the time. If you're not really careful, you'll start to believe your own bullshit. You'll get high on your own fucking farts, you know. Pareidolia, yeah. Most common goalpost moved. My faith is provable. It gets proven wrong. Faith is not about proof. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Religion and faith are metaphysical. It's fundamental to their nature that they're not physical. That doesn't make them false, just not the kind of thing susceptible to a scientific test. And there are many things humans are comfortable with that are inherently unscientific. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. And that's why I've pulled back from like the religion is bad. You know, I don't believe in it. And like, I don't think that it's real. But you know, if an angel showed up and slapped me in the face and told me God was real, I'd be like, well, yeah, okay, I guess God is real. Now I just have to decide whether or not I like him, you know, like. And this is the part where Jill tells me that she's right here, you know? Yeah, see, I've got the routine down. You remembered me. Neil deGrasse Tyson has a really good story about being dismissed from jury duty because of his distrust of eyewitness testimony. Interesting. The story of the judge misquoting something Tyson had said seconds earlier is great. That is fascinating. I'll have to check that out. You're so sweet sometimes. Sometimes. I can be sweet. What am I doing here? I like my whiskey neat, my coffee black and my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. What do you mean? Whatever, I don't care. I like when the end of the debate between Bill Nye and Ken Ham, God, I fucking hate Ken Ham. The moderator asked both what would change their minds. Nye said evidence, Ham said nothing. Yeah, no, literally, yeah. Like, that's why it comes right back to debate not being about convincing your interlocutor, but about convincing your audience. Notice that a lot of the people who think like your dad, Merc, seem to think that people should take them at face value. So a lot of them seem to think that if they tell people any information, regardless of what that information is, and if anyone doesn't take them at face value, they treat that as the same as that person actively and specifically call them a despicable liar. You're dead on, 99. That's 100% it. It's like patriarch, it's patriarch ideology, right? Like, he is the leader, he is the head of the household, he is the leader of the household, he is the patriarch of the family, his word is law, And obviously his testimony is inviolable. So to criticize or contradict anything that he says is to undermine the inherent authority of the patriarch, to destroy the hierarchy and order of the family, and that is an attack not just on him but on the family and its safety as a whole. You know, like it's a variation of like tribe, or I guess like a callback to like tribe mentality. You know, it's clannish, you know, behavior. Not clan with a K, but like C, like actual, like, you know, like family clan shit. Organizing power along family lines through a patriarchal system. Hey Mark, I adore you, but I'm gonna step away for today. Have a blessed day. Bye bye. Bye Misty. We'll catch you later. Neil deGrasse Tyson also has a really good story about almost becoming a male stripper, but when he did fact-finding mission into a strip joint, one of the strippers set their crotch on fire. He took up science teaching instead. Wild.
Rumor has it that several off-duty guards meet in that cabin for an RC combat club.
This is going to be great. I haven't been in any RC combat since that job we pulled in Istanbul. It was awesome.
The story is he was placed in a jury and asked if he could limit his bias in a situation relative to the case, and Tyson said something to answer, and the judge looked at the questioning attorney and said, see, Dr. Tyson, and then misquoted what Tyson had said seconds earlier, and then Tyson pointed it out, and he was immediately dismissed. Wild. People make wild career moves. I briefly considered Catholic seminary. That would not have worked out well. Oh yeah. There was a little while where I was considering getting into like joining my church. My church's like youth group team. I was actually on it for a little while, very briefly, on like a sort of, I was never officially like added to it, but my friends were all part of like the youth ministry team. And I Mr. Body Massage Machine, go. I ended up also being part of it just by virtue of the fact that I was there all the time, and like nobody was going to stop me because like everybody who could or who would have were all my friends and wanted me in there anyway. And that's when I got kicked out for being too lenient on non-believers. And that is what like cracked me out of the church specifically. It still took me a little bit longer to fall out of the religion as a whole, but that was one of the things. What the hell? Body massage. Youth Pastor Merc. Oh yeah, it was wild.
Only there's no way for you to get up there. Hide out in this barrel while I send in Sly to steal the head.
I didn't listen to my pork chop sandwiches. Oh shit, get the fuck out!
Furry should be able to join the RC Combat Club without raising any
See kids, you go to sleep. Often people, they go to bed. They think everything's fine. They wake up the next morning and they're on fire. Did someone say massage? Yes. Body massage machine, go. I'm a computer. Stop all the downloading. I don't have a computer, but my grandma does. She's got some games on it. What? It's a cat. It's a reference to a pre-internet meme video. The G.I. Joe PSA compilation. You've heard the Erika Ishii jury story, right? No, I haven't actually. Hit me with it. A friend of mine quietly left the church's youth team without Oh, fighting with the guard fails this stealth mission. Okay. A friend of mine quietly left the church's youth team without giving a reason after they started visiting a married couple regularly for BDSM sessions. Incredible. Bum, 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 bum. This way. My God, did that smell good. Karen Armstrong, who I previously mentioned as these days a prominent theologian, was originally taking holy orders as a nun, but then she was diagnosed with epilepsy and the voice of God vanished from her head and she started medication. Ooh! It's kind of like actually like a not identical, obviously, but not terribly dissimilar from me realizing that I was, you know, bipolar. Was one of the regular manifestations of that I had was religious delusions of believing that I was like the chosen hand of God. I still get religious delusions when I'm manic, but now they're Now they're like I am a god. I am unstoppable. I am Mary Magdalene. I am the Virgin Mary. You know, I'm God. I'm the devil. I can't be stopped. Like that kind of thing. You know. Huh? Am I dumb? I don't remember you mentioning being bipolar before today. I don't bring it up a ton, but I've definitely mentioned it a lot. Yeah, that's what... These little meds right here. That's the meds that I wasn't taking, that that fucked me up last week, because I was off of them. It was my bipolar meds. Magdalene is my chosen middle name? That's a good middle name. You've mentioned depression, but I missed the bipolar angle. See, fun fact about that. When I talk about depressive episodes, it's because of my bipolar. I used to have chronic depression from gender dysphoria and specifically biochemical dysphoria with testosterone fucking up my brain because I don't have the right receptors or whatever. And then I got on estrogen and that cleared up. This is getting ridiculous. Got on estrogen and that cleared up, but then I started going through the cycling depression that I had, along with the manic states, started to become apparent. So I, realized after that, after talking to some specialists, that I was bipolar, and it runs in my family. My dad's also bipolar. I don't know how I'm supposed to get out of here. There we go. Okay. I always have trouble with these hooks. Oh boy. Oh, this one makes me nervous. Oh God, just thinking about being that close to all those saw blades. No, it's not inconsistent with anything I've learned about you. Just not a thing I've learned until a minute ago. Hell yeah. No, yeah. I don't know. I like talking about it when it comes up. I don't like bringing it up too often because then it feels like I'm milking it for content or whatever, you know? You kids, get off my ice. Give him the stick. Don't give him the stick. Who actually designs a sawmill like that? Cartoon Bison from the 1940s. Well... this? Fuck. Oh my God. That's fine. I wanted my health back anyway. I've noticed that a lot of the people who have the mindset like Merc's dad are also the type who have strongly held if-then statements and cannot convince that not only they can be wrong, but they also can't consider that anyone, anywhere, for any reason is not part of their preconceived beliefs. Yeah, it's a logical precepts problem, right? Like, this is one of those, one of the frustrating things about talking with or trying to have a discussion like that with people from high control groups or people who are prone to being in high control groups or that kind of like magical thinking and things is they can be entirely logical within their own framework of the world, you know, because the precepts that they are building from, the baseline like logic that they build off of, is a fundamentally different view of the world than you have, you know? And it can cause a lot of God fucking damn it, dude. It can cause a lot of problems where like it seems like it's really easy to think that people like that are just like illogical or not thinking properly or whatever, when in reality they're just operating on a you know, a different set of logic, different set of rules than you are. Wait, who's milking who for content? I'm milking myself for content. Erica was called for jury duty on a case between this, like, oh, hold on. Nope. Erica was called for jury duty on a case between this 80-something-year-old tenant and his corporate landlord. Made it through the last line of questioning and then was asked if they could remain unbiased, and she responded, ... yes. And when the attorney asked why they hesitated, all they said was, I mean, we all know how this is going to go, and then proceeded to rant about how the old man was fucked because he was defending himself and against a team of corporate lawyers, and the rest of the jury pool started nodding in agreement. The entire pool was tossed out. Erica says it was one of his proudest moments. That's so great. I love that. Erica Ishii is such an icon. I want to be like that. No. I want to be like them. Also, I love using as many different folks pronouns for folks that use any/all. That's valid. I do it when it comes to mind, but a lot of times I end up defaulting to one or the other, just because intentionally changing through or cycling through all of them for me personally is a little bit more what would you call it, syntax effort or strain than I care to go into for casual conversation. To sound a note of caution, a connected sequence of reasoning is only half the battle. You must also acknowledge your axioms. But we're also getting into kind of getting pretty deep into the weeds. I think most of the dropout folks would make a dream blunt rotation. Almost certainly, yeah. One moment. But like, I don't know. I also, yeah, I don't think like, I think they probably would, you know, acknowledge their own axiom. Like when your fundamental logical precept is like God exists and is powerful, you know, like specifically all powerful, like you can acknowledge and interrogate that and still come away with like believing it and building your worldview off of it, you know? I don't know, maybe I'm misunderstanding what you mean. Like, for example, a lot of the people like this who think like this have the mindset of, if this person is an atheist, then this must be why this person is an atheist. I mean, yeah, I don't think that's necessarily like universal, but it is it is like definitely a thought process that you're much more prone to when you're in that state, you know? I particularly want to smoke with Iffy Nwadiwi. I haven't actually, I don't think I've run into that individual on Dropout yet. If only to ask how he fucks so much. Damn. He literally has spreadsheets of fucking? Damn, okay. That's crazy. I love that. Good for him. Love Iffy? I haven't run, how have I not seen this dude? Where am I supposed to be going? Steal a disguise for Murray. Murray. Oh, it's over here. It's this moose head. I gotta wait for this motherfucker to fall asleep. I would say 99th King with the like if then statements. I think that it's just that kind of thinking is more obvious to us when it's like highly religious or conservative people that we see doing it. I think that like atheists or agnostics or people on the left are also very prone to that kind of thinking. Like you run into it a lot with like left on left discourse.
Got a lot of money for this
it's a very common thought, even if they're not fully cognizant that they're doing it. Yeah, I would argue that it's even more common than like I was initially like picking up on from what you were saying. Yeah.
And hold down the X button for gas. After you collect the fallen ammo, press the square button to fire its turret. Here's a pro tip. You can only aim the turret while you're stopped.
Whoa. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, this is fucked. How do I shoot it? Oh. Ah, I hate this. What? How do I shoot? I don't even know. What? Okay. I didn't listen to the controls. Punished for all eternity? The bottoms are quivering. You're so right. Oh, you need to collect the ammo. Oh, that's what that is. Oh, I hate it. This is wretched. It's fucking... it's tank controls. It's tank controls. I hate tank controls. Please no. Motherfucker. What is the beeping? What is the beeping? What does that mean? I hate this. This is the worst minigame so far. Holy shit. This blows. What do you... the controls on this are driving me insane. Oh my god. Oh, this fucking sucks, dude. Why do you get so many shots? I don't get that. Oh, I do get that many shots. I see. I just, like...
You won, eh?
I won?
Got no money.
That might be okay. It all depends.
Depends on what?
On whether or not you know the location of the Northern Light battery.
Oh, well, I guess I owe ya.
Oh, thank God, I won by accident and I don't have to do that again. I guess one way of looking at the point I was trying to make was, if trying to form a logical argument for something related to theology, it's essential to be aware of the axioms, the precepts you're accepting without formal proof, if only to respect and not be surprised by someone not accepting the conclusion if they don't accept the axiom. I think that's expecting too much of the average person that you're going to talk to, honestly. And I guess this is where my, like, more materialistic, like, view on these discussions comes into frame. Like, the moment you start cracking out, well, you need to acknowledge your axioms. Like, the average person, eyes glassed. They're not listening to you anymore. Like, especially if they're religious. And I do know, like, I do get that what you mean is, like acknowledging that it's possible that you could be wrong, but, like, that's an entire, like, school of, like, deprogramming that you have to go through first. And I think that, for, like, from my perspective at least, having that be the bar for like logical thought, it kind of makes it like a thing that the vast majority of people wouldn't have, which like using that definition, I think most people would be considered illogical. Streamer, have you considered simply not sucking doo-doo caca ass? I thought about it, realized that it wasn't actually for me, and went right back to getting my teeth kicked in by ducks. Oh my god, they're all so powerful. The rare hippo moose. I don't have a problem with someone believing in a deity and living how they want to live as long as they're not hurting anyone. It's when they tell me that I'm objectively wrong for not believing in that deity and I'm going to be punished for all eternity for it, or push the rules of their beliefs to be enforced by law, that I take issue. No, yeah, no, same. That's exactly where I end up with my problems, you know? I actually don't care what your personal religion is, or spirituality or metaphysics or whatever. As long as you're not like, you know, trying to convince people to cure COVID with ivermectin, or like saying that like faith healing is actually a way better solution to cancer than like, you know, chemotherapy and like surgical intervention, you know, then yeah, we're good. You know, don't proselytize, don't try and convince people to die so that you can hold up your like religious outlook on life, or push it on people. Heading home, see you soon song. The rare hippo moose. Yeah. Similarly semi-aquatic, but in different ways. Bottom hell's probably a fully equipped dungeon with the other side on the other side of a reinforced glass window. Cursed, hateful. Why would you create such a situation? Had to check to see if that was an Ashley comment. So real. That's correct. That's fair.
We have a date with death. Go out guns blazing.
Hey, dragons are cool. What's up? Hi. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in.
Just come down tomorrow.
Hi. How you doing? Welcome to the show. If you've got to raid and run, I totally understand. If you have to eat, if you gotta rest, you want to go take a nap, get a full meal, or just de-stress and de-stream. Thank you so much for raiding in and sharing your community. If you do want to stick around, feel free to tell us about what you were up to, what you were doing. Cool S. There is an S there. Wait, what did I do? Dragons are cools. You're so right. Thanks, Tigger. To everybody else, hi. I'm Mercenary Girlfriend. I'm an 18+ trans fan variety streamer. I play whatever games get their terrible little hooks into my ADHD-addled brain, and right now, that's Sly Cooper 2, Band of Thieves. Laser redirection. I think it's necessary to take a small step back. European secular societies are Christian secular societies. Compare and contrast with, for example, Chinese secular society. Western values have been informed by Christianity, for better or worse. Yeah, no, yeah. That actually is, it does, I actually, I guess I missed part of that other comment. Yeah, different, like, secular societies with different, religious origins, do end up looking, or manifesting a lot differently, which I think is really interesting, you know? Because they're built off of like core sets of different like core sets of priorities and values. They pretty much are like pretty much all of them have a similar core. You know, murder's bad, don't steal things, like all that kind of shit. But the details are a lot different. I don't think I've actually checked what my, what the new abilities that we've unlocked in this section are. I should do that after this mission. I mean, those things are fine and good and can exist without religion. I'm not talking about whether or not you need religion for them. I'm talking about the different manifestations of developed secular societies and the other aspects that they inherit from the religion they develop from, you know? Because like pretty universally, secular societies arise from religious societies. I am not personally aware of any kind of like atheistic or non-religious like social groups or like societies that have maintained like a state of secularism. Like it's something that seems to like have to be kind of like adopted and enforced, because otherwise we default to like a state of more like religious thinking generally. So I'm talking about how like different secular societies from different religious cultures develop in different ways, like what CRJ was saying, you know, like a secular society arising from like you know, like in China, which has a more like develops from like Confucian and Buddhist like religious tenets that then develop and change how their secular government ends up developing later on. Similar things if you're coming from like, you know, the collection of different like methods of spirituality and religion in like the Indian subcontinent, or you know, from, you know, Christianity in Europe, or like, you know, there have been plenty of secular governments that have formed in the Middle East that usually end up getting toppled by somebody later on because they're not as amenable to, you know, foreign imperial interests. But that's a whole different conversation. And they're all different. They all manifest in different ways. I was just saying that they pretty much all have a similar core that they work from, and then like you know, have different like manifestations of how they interact with that. Yeah, true. There's probably no extant lineage or culture of humanity that didn't spawn from religio philosophy of some sort. Right. Yeah, I'm not aware of any. I think the closest that you're going to get is like, you know, animism, and even then, like that's still religion. It's just like a less like organized, structured form of religion.
That might be useful for the lumberjack.
The devil is in the details.
Unfortunately, it's frozen deep in an ice wall.
How are we supposed to get to it? Wait for more global warming?
That industrial laser is used to cut through petrified logs. If it could be bounced out that window, with your help, I should be able to harness its energy to melt the ice wall and free the book.
How do I redirect that thing?
There should be a switch on the other side of this wall. Throw it and then head outside.
The most obvious example of an Islamic state that made significant moves towards secularism is Iran. I often wonder what happened there. I hope it's working out for them. I would argue Turkey as well. Specifically like post-revolution Turkey under Ataturk, before like they've struggled with like a sort of return to of more fundamentalist aspects in their government in like recent decades. But that was also pretty significant, you know, secular state coming from a previously very fundamentalist one under the Ottoman Empire. Or like Taoism or Buddhism, which are arguably more philosophy than religion. Well, yeah, and then you get into the definitions of like where is that line, you know, like philosophy and religion, because that is another thing, is that even just like the lens of what religion is, when we're talking about it from a like the standpoint of like European Christian philosophical or social thought, is like fundamentally different from something like when you talk about like I don't even know what the appropriate term is like the collection of spiritual and you know mystical practices that formulate like what we would call religion through our lens in like India, which isn't a like single unified like religion. It's like thousands of like smaller individualized like spiritual and mystical practices, right? I'm happy to characterize Buddhism as religion and Zen as philosophy. In particular, there are Zen Christians. Fair. I don't really know enough about the particulars to make a clear statement on that. Anyways, now that we've clowned on Merc by saying words at her back on the serious shit, I've noticed that a lot of people have a series of if-then type statements, but I've also noticed that depending on what group that person is a part of / grew up in, they are more or less likely to be aware of this type of thought process. I don't know. I think if-then thinking is pretty universal, and that it generally takes a lot of effort to break yourself out of it. I think that most people start in that state of mind, and you have to point the laser outside. Where the fuck am I going? What am I doing? You have to like condition yourself out of it, you know, regardless of where you grow up. Now, if you're specifically taught about that kind of like train of thought and method of thinking, and like brought up on trying to deconstruct and avoid it, like that's pretty cool. But I don't think that's the standard. I don't think that's even like terribly common.
Attention all you fellas working the sawmill. Make sure you keep a steady watch. The prowler's been spotted.
Must step away. Good to see you all. I pounce tackle hogs all around those who want them. Thank you, Tigger. We'll catch you later. Bye. Happy to characterize it. The Ottoman Empire was actually pretty pluralistic and liberal despite having Islam as an established religion. That depends on when you're talking about. The Ottoman Empire, much like when we talk about the Soviet Union or the Roman Empire or Republic, depending on what time period we're talking about, or like the Persian Empire, depending on the era you're in, their level of tolerance and like religious extremism and fanaticism, wildly different. I believe by the time of Ataturk's revolution during World War I, or was it in the, I believe it was during World War I was when the revolution started, or if not, it was shortly afterwards. There was I believe, a much more religious bend to the government after World War I. Thank you. I always forget the specifics. It was pretty close after World War I then. Like, it happened in the interwar period, I believe, because it was like Ataturk was like already aging out of government by the like late 30s. I'm pretty sure, because he was ill. He was sick. He was sick. Is this one of those ones where I can't kill guards? No. Cool.
You've done it! The laser's been redirected out the window!
I could also completely be wrong on that, but I was pretty sure that secularizing and democratizing the government was a pretty major part of Ataturk's revolution. I believe it was the early 1920s, and Ataturk died in the 30s, not long before World War II. Yeah. Yep. That sounds about right.
Now to get that laser pointed at the ice wall, you'll need to alter its direction with the crystals I put in your pouch.
I see. I just walk to where the laser stops, place a crystal, and it'll bounce the beam to a new position. That log chopping book is as good as ours.
I love that we're directing a laser to melt a block of ice that has a log chopping guidebook in it, instead of looking it up on our internet connection, or, you know, having Murray break the ice with an ice pick or something. And the Greeks tried to take over all of Turkey and almost won, but made the mistake of pushing deep into the interior where they could not supply their forces. Yeah, which time? Are you talking about like the Macedonian invasion of Anatolia, or like as people have tried to conquer the land that is currently Turkey a lot, sometimes with more success than others. I mean, most of it was ruled by the Byzantine Empire, which you could argue is Greece, or at least largely culturally Greek. So like they did even succeed a couple of times. No, after World War I? Oh, okay, all right. Well, that's a different, yeah, that's a different situation. I didn't actually know about that one. I haven't really heard about that. Kurdistan has it worse than Turkey. You can tell by the way it's not a country right now. Yes. I'm like I was about to do the Dale Cooper bit of after a dream I've become very sympathetic to the plight of the Tibetan people, but for like Kurdistan or the Kurds in general. The Kurds have had it rough for a long fucking time. They talk about a group that can't catch a break. Let me give a more specific example of what I mean. So, like, for example, it's more common, generally speaking, with a lot of Christians tend to have a lot more if-then statements, but okay, yeah, you keep just, like, saying if-then statements. But if they deconvert from it, I've noticed they will tend to also deconstruct their if-then beliefs. Well, that's because I think that's more a structure, or not a structure, a knock-on effect of having had to deconstruct your entire worldview. You are then likely to deconstruct how you think about things, rather than a Christian, non-Christian issue, which I don't know if that's what you're saying, is that like non-Christians are more likely. But if you're talking specifically about people who have converted out of the religion, or like deconverted, left, abandoned it, become an apostate, if you will, then I think that will increase your likelihood of deconstructing that kind of thinking. Kind of like how you know, trans people often end up with a whole lot of like, you know, being like weirdly highly at least familiar with like hormonal biology and a lot of like philosophical or social issues, because they are forced into engaging with them so regularly just by nature of their existence, or at least in the current society that we live in. Oof, I really like the governmental system the Kurds set up in the northeast Syria, Rojava. Me too. At least, like, I haven't, like, been following how things have been going for them there lately, but I know for a long time I was keeping an eye on it. It was one of the not-so-quiet wars the Western histories ignore. That tracks. For fuck's sake's, the internet just went down, the router's now not working, and I want to connect back to the internet. Oh no! Self-affirmation. I don't know, hey, my self-affirmation is that I put a little bit more work into my makeup today, and that felt nice, because I've kind of been phoning it in lately, specifically on my makeup presentation. And also, I've got to just, like, info dump rant for basically the whole stream today, which, rules. I don't, these are a lot of topics that I've been, like, avoiding a lot, trying to, like, not talk about it specifically, because, like, I know that they can be a little, like, while for me, it's, like, a like, historical and, like, personal, like, info dump, like, ooh, this is so interesting, I find this really fascinating, it's been, like, a lot of stuff really relevant to my life. They're sensitive topics for a lot of people, and I try not to make, like, my whole stream just talking about this stuff, because I know it can stress a lot of people out. But I find it really interesting, and I really like discussing it, so allowing myself to do that has been nice. I feel recent experiences, the Kurds have had to highlight the perils of trusting the US to support you once it becomes less relevant or convenient for them. Yeah, one of the first things that really, I mean, like, there, obviously, lots of things piss me off about the way that the American government has been handling this, but, like, us pulling out of our promise to assist and defend the Kurds was one of my, like, it's not even really in recent memory, I mean, in recent memory, like, in the scale of human civilization, but that fucking drove me up a wall. It was like, not that I really had faith in the American government to make good on any of its, like, foreign policy deals. Like, we are historically well known for backing out as soon as it's not convenient for us anymore. But that, man, that really rankled my hide. Are you feeling generous enough to give me that affirmation from earlier? I already did. Did you not listen to that? I gave you an affirmation. I did it like within a minute of saying I didn't want to. I doubled back and caved. I folded like laundry. No, for me, not for. I know for you, Julia. That's what I'm saying. I did affirm you afterwards. You didn't hear it? Well, you didn't pay attention to me drinking the water you told me to drink either. I feel like you just click the button a bunch of times and then like tune out. Julia's requesting another one, but not being sneaky about it. Oh. I did. Button go click though. Creating the laser fielder on this map is pretty neat. I would like to clarify that I'm not meaning this in a group X versus group Y thing. I'm more specifically talking about more general nuances of groups. Okay. I might have just lost the plot. The conversation has taken place over a really long period of time, and I might have just misinterpreted one thing earlier on, and now I'm on a totally different conversation train. If that is the case. Sorry.
Stand clear, Sly. Something else is coming out of the deep freeze.
Wow, what else could it be?
I've never seen such a majestic creature. So full of life, so ready to live. So much for that. He's back in the deep freeze.
Free the mammoth and immediately runs into the water and freezes.
We got the log chopping guide.
Look, it's 9 p.m. My Ritalin is miles out of my system now. Valid. Sly just hitting the ground with no sound, just in a Family Guy pose, right? Click a bunch of buttons, then tune out. Me and my ADHD.
It's
Same.
become painfully clear that to win in the lumberjack games, we'll have to cheat. Now I've constructed a plan that hinges around us acquiring an eagle's egg, which is more difficult than you'd think. First, Murray needs to lure a bear into taking out the local oil mains. Once destroyed, the pressurized oil should ignite and create updrafts, which Sly will then use to paraglide over to the eagle's nest, grab an egg, and then head back to the safe house. Thanks to Murray's undercover work in the RC Combat Club, we've learned that the Northern Light battery is hidden in a silo nearby. The battery needs some serious modification if we're going to hide inside it to sneak onto Arpeggio's blimp. First, we'll short the battery with grapple lines on local boats. Then, we'll all break into the lighthouse and sever the power flow to the battery. That way it won't recharge. Given my electrical engineering background, this plan has a 97% chance of success. Pretty good, huh?
One of my favorite videos to come out of Northern Syria is the YPJ sniper looking out a window. A round hits the wall inches from her head. She just chuckles, raises her rifle, and shoots back. Yep. Yeah, the Peshmerga fucking rule. Honestly, it didn't help that we've been talking about stuff that's inherently nuanced and broad, that it's a bit hard to talk about this type of thing without sounding like a pedantic freak to some degree. No, that's valid. That's fair. I do this. I'm in the same boat. I have the advantage of this being my stream, so I get to just clarify as much as I want, and all of you, peasants, supplicants at my altar, have to type entire letters trying to rephrase things without the positive, like, indicators of tone or pacing or anything like that, and I just get to maliciously interpret that however I will. Squats! Okay, I gotta go to the bathroom first, though. I was just about to get up to go piss. I will return in just a moment, and then I will do my squats. Hey Scott, gonna do your squats in just a sec. I've also noticed that at a certain point when you have these types of discussions, it gets very easy, for lack of a better word, to just start debating what words mean more than whatever it is you were actually talking about. No, 100%. That's it's really easy to descend into like the Jordan Peterson, can you define lobster for me? Like, it's like, when you say believe, what does that mean to you? Like, I'm guilty of this. Like, I do it too. At a certain point, like, you have to like sort of draw a certain line where you're just making your assumptions on and like assuming like that people are getting what you mean. If you get too hung up on like defining specific words and all that, then you just end up going in circles forever. Hey, internet's come back. Hell yeah. Listen, just because I'm subby does not automatically make me a supplicant. I am a supplicant, though. There you go. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just like the pilots of the godlike meat mechs in the post-apocalyptic story I'm writing. You're only saying this because I hear that a lot. Oh, it's maddening. Like, that's something that I have to try really hard not to do because, like, I can be, this is not universal, sometimes I'm fucking way off the mark. I can be pretty intuitive and pretty good at discerning what somebody means when they're talking, particularly or when we're talking about topics like this, particularly when dealing with like evangelical Christians or like, you know, cult converts, things like that, because like I am one, I understand not the only way that kind of like thinking develops, but like at least one of them, you know? But it is also really, really easy to then apply that as a blanket assumption where you just assume that you know all of everyone's motivations when in fact you only have like one manifestation of like a way more common I don't know, like a universal experience that like shows up in a lot of different ways. And that same kind of thing can apply to things you have no experience with. People love acting like they're experts on shit that they have no familiarity with. I that's something I try really hard not to do. I don't always succeed, but I try to bring up that like I'm not like an authority on this shit. This is just kind of like observations that I've had or like, you know, the ways that I've worked through trying to engage with it, you know. I'd like to circle back to this because it's a good example of what I mean. Philosophy versus religion can be very easily just turned into debating what they classify what religion is versus what they classify what philosophy is. Yeah. It's why like I fall back on it's kind of vibes based a lot because in my experience that's like, and I don't mean just for philosophy versus religion, but just in general, you know. I mean, like religion, in a lot of cases, like when it was like initially, like early religious manifestations and structures are kind of just like an extension of like proto-government. Like religion is in a lot of cases just the earliest example we have of how we organize societies in some sort of structured way in order to pass it down, particularly without any kind of written language, because it's a lot easier to say like the gods say don't kill people than like trying to I don't know, create like a like logical legalistic argument in a society that hasn't even figured out how to write yet. Or not figured out how to write, but like hasn't adopted a writing system to like pass that down in a more concrete way, right? Like I don't want to be like what is it? Diminishing the value of like oral traditions and histories or like cultures that don't use like a writing system, but for holding like consistent, like more stable ideological like or religious forms, like writing is kind of a major prerequisite for that. Stairs can't do it. Yeah, that's it. It's not stairs. The stars can't do it. Not today. The stars are not in alignment for this ritual. Yeah. Like I've probably encountered people like that without realizing what the terms are. That's valid. I'm unaware of those terms, CRJ. Wait, which one? Oh, agnosticism and or atheism. Yeah. Take the view that the inability to define terms renders a lot of theological debate meaningless. I wasn't familiar with those words, but that is fascinating to me. It's all vibes based, you know? It's based on vibes. I do it more like this. There we go. All done with squats. Reminded to breathe? Yeah, I'm breathing. I'm breathing. Where did I put my remote? Dum dum da da da. Wow. Perfect form too. Oh, I think you
Takes a dollar to make a dollar.
push back a bit. You can't have a good faith debate if you don't agree on the definition of the terms you're using to debate. So, yes, Bridget. However, to a point. If it becomes, I often find that clarification is meaningful when it becomes clear that you are operating under different definitions, or if you suspect you're operating under different definitions. But it's also really easy to devolve into just clarifying definitions for like the whole conversation, and then you don't get anything done.
I'm sure he'll get out. I'm gonna catch that raccoon and make me a hat. And wear it for a month of Sundays.
A month of Sundays is a great phrase. I need to save that.
Oh, my back's killing me.
Sure, when it develops into pedantry, it's no longer debate about the original subject. Yeah. I arrive? Song already? It's not even Saturday.
That arpeggio. Always lording his la-di-da blimp over me. If he weren't so gall-darn smart, I'd use him for kindling.
You'd never heard the phrase "never in a month of Sundays" before? So, less I've never heard it because I've played this game before and I probably heard it here. But more I have not heard it in conscious memory, and it definitely is not part of my lexicon. I love that though. Have dumplings? I had dumplings last night. I had soup dumplings. They're so good. I fucking love soup dumplings. Oh. A reduction bomb. Berserker charge, guttural roar. Alarm clock, thief reflexes. Slow time to a crawl.
We're not catching them prowlers.
I'm gonna go steal some treasures. Some treasures. Gonna get me some T-Bell on the way home. I just had T-Bell the other day. Oh my god. We're all in the same wavelength this week, chat. God, it's so, we got the AC got cleaned today. It got fixed and repaired and put back into the window. I get to live. I can wear pants again. Winning! Yeah, I've encountered this issue, in my opinion, with you at times, like using different definitions, and it kind of fucks with communication. Yeah. It can absolutely be a problem. Particularly, I find that a lot of times clarifying definitions, it's most important when you're talking to somebody like completely diegetic, like with a entirely different worldview from you, like trying to figure out what how they mean, like what they mean with certain words, and people who have a really similar worldview to you, or like a very adjacent worldview to you, because you can end up having different schools of thought, or like philosophical like branching paths that have different definitions for, or different evolutions of like words from a base text or like philosophical idea, that ends up causing a lot of really weird infighting. You mean trousers? As pants would defo be TOS. Only in England. Here, trousers are only used for the military and, I don't know, like, people who are richer than I am. I wonder why it doesn't necessarily violate TOS? Yeah, it's just, like, coverage-based, you know? Trousers feels like a boomer word for pants. That's because in America it is. We're sneaking, we're creeping, we're sweeping. I love the paraglider so much. Oh, it's so good. Major. When I'm debating someone with a disagreement in definitions, I tend to default to using their definition to meet them where they are. I try to do that as well, yeah. Once I find out that there's a schism, like when there's a disagreement on the term, rather than trying to argue about the term, I think it is generally better to, like, continue the conversation but using their definition and adjust things. I don't always do it. I'm not flawless. Sometimes I get really pedantic about shit, you know? This is the, like, acknowledging when you should do something and knowing that you don't always succeed. Yeah, no, it's... Let's see. You're flawless, actually? Thank you. I appreciate that, Joe. I need that kind of reassurance, or I'll convince myself that I'm literally the worst person on the internet. The biggest boon to my self-confidence as a creator in general, like as a creator and as like a personality existing in any level of the public eye, is just reminding myself that like Asmongold is popular. You know? Like, I'm definitely better than that guy. Like... The only exception is when someone tries to define communism as necessarily authoritarian, because it's really not. Yeah. I would also double in on that, getting too into the weeds on people, like when people try to say that capitalism and communism are styles of government and not economic systems. Which is, like, really, really, really common. Maddeningly common, in fact. You're so great. Ah, thank you, Jen. Hello. I appreciate that. It's a really fun one that you run into is like, in this, it always comes back to the Nazis, but like, when you're arguing with like, a lot of, like American conservatives, they'll be like, oh, Nazi Germany wasn't capitalist, they can't be capitalist, they were fascists, and it's like, that's not mutually exclusive, dog. Like, you can be a capitalist monarchy. Like, most capitalism happened under monarchies initially. Like, you don't need, like, a democratic government or a republican government. Like, it doesn't need to be a republic or a democracy or, like, any of that. You could, like, capitalism is independent. It's related to the government often, but it's not, like, it doesn't, you don't have to have a specific type of government to be capitalist or, like, non-capitalist, have some other method of organization, you know? This is economics, people. A collective economy can be authoritarian or libertarian depending on how you implement it. Yeah. The most capitalist nation in history, the British Empire, was a monarchy. Yeah. Although, you know, I would say that, you know, at the time, the most capitalist empire in history. I think America has opened up new vectors for capitalist abuse since then.
That old arpeggio needs another Northern Light battery. He's gonna have to trade me for the Clockwerk brain.
Who's next? I think it's Murray is next. Oh, we got one from each. Very cool. You need to be careful that capitalism is a broad church. I don't think it would be a particularly, like, to say in like the early 1800s or early to late, probably just most of the 1800s. I would say that, yeah, probably the British Empire, there's a solid argument for like the most like distinctly capitalist state of like that time period. For sure, but like EIC, I don't know that initialism. What is that? One of the best examples of how far capitalism can descend into authoritarianism. EIC, I don't know it. East India Company? Oh yeah. Well, the East India Company, that, like, all right, yeah. I take it back. There is at least one government that was exclusively capitalist. The East India, but I guess that would be not actually, like, capitalism isn't the government. It's a corporatist government, I believe is what that would be called. Like, capitalist corporatist government. Friends, I'm in crisis. I can't find my vibrator. That's tragic. I'm so sorry. That is a crisis. Note that it's important not to conflate the United Kingdom, the nation, with the British Empire, the empire. Wait, did I not? Didn't I do that? Didn't I say the British Empire? Maybe I did. I don't know. I mean the British Empire, and you're right, that is important in the same way that when you're talking about the Soviet Union, you shouldn't say Russia, because it was a lot of different, like, it was a what would you call it? Not an alliance, but a multi-state, like, political entity. Next, I recall on Twitter a long time ago there was a whole thing about whether abolishing slavery in the US was authoritarian, with many communists saying it was as the end of slavery was imposed on the slave owners and that it was good, and many anarchists saying, OMG, are Marxist-Leninists defending slavery now? And it's like, no. I mean, yeah, that sounds like Twitter discourse. That sounds like Twitter discourse. When I talk about terminally online Twitter discourse, that's the shit that I mean. Like, I don't think the anarchists or communists on Twitter are particularly good representatives of either of those ideological systems. A union of Soviet Socialist republics, perhaps? Something like that. Some sort of pan, like a international or a pan-national union of sorts. Twitter.com, known group of nuanced individuals, yeah. Like on Twitter, just the level of like insanely bad faith like responses to the most mild of takes is crazy, regardless of who you are and who you're talking to. It's just not a good place to discuss things at all. It's not even good for porn anymore. This bear is gonna eat me. I find it funny that you did use Threads, as everyone I've seen talking about them while using both says Threads is worse than Twitter in the ways they overlap. I have not had Threads installed on my phone for like 6 months. I have a Threads because initially it was a lot better, and now it is basically just, yeah, it's not worse than Twitter. Twitter's still worse. Twitter is still the worst, I think. But Threads is pretty fucking bad. Threads is bad in its own unique way. Kind of like how Blue Sky is bad in its own unique way. Different, but bad. Threads was interesting for like the first, I want to say like 6 months that it was operational. 6 months to maybe a year. And after that, like once the algorithm started to crystallize, man, that shit fucking blows, dude. Every time I go on Threads, I feel like I get dumber. Like I feel the capacity for rational thought like oozing out of my ears. It is fucking awful. So like, don't get me wrong. Same shit over there. Looking at Instagram comments, and based on them being run by the same people, I think it might be worse just in the quality of the discourse. Thread? No. Well, okay, so here's the thing. That's a skewed sample size, right? Like if Twitter had a like, I don't know, if YouTube Shorts was linked to Twitter and only like the most inflammatory comments and like discourse threads got linked in between your YouTube Shorts, then it would feed you the same kind of shit, you know? You can cultivate a nice little circle on Threads that is cool and not bad and rad, but like if you're going for like political discourse, like Twitter and Threads are rancid, both rancid. I think ranking them almost doesn't make sense. So, you know, that's on me maybe, but Twitter.com is another group of people that tends to operate on a lot of if-then, because so many people on Twitter don't actually listen and essentially go, if they say this, then they say this, regardless of what they was actually said. Yeah, I have like that happens on both Threads and Twitter. That's absolutely that way. Puts in a good word for Blue Sky. Yeah. I keep thinking about checking out Blue Sky. I have it downloaded. It's on my phone. I just haven't I have a Blue Sky. I just haven't even put on a profile picture yet. You're on Blue Sky? I'll think about Blue Sky. Is there porn on Blue Sky? If there's porn on Blue Sky, I'll consider Blue Sky. It's all right? All right. I don't know these words you speak of. There is porn on Blue Sky? All right. I will consider this. I will consider Blue Sky. A big structural issue with the East India Company is that it existed in a more or less nationless environment, which was inevitably unregulated. That doesn't mean the United Kingdom was deeply capitalist in quite that way. Questionable. If you unleash a mega corporation that creates its own authoritarian trade state that you explicitly benefit primarily from, I think that you're just as complicit. You know, if a primarily American mega corporation showed up in, I don't know, some war-torn region, pick one of Earth, and imposed an authoritarian corporatist state in that area, and they primarily extracted that wealth and brought it back to America, and the American government did nothing about it, I would say that counts as an American problem. Maybe that's me being pedantic, but, you know. I used Blue Sky for a month, and my feed was nothing but liberals and artists. Huh, all right. Interesting. Blue Sky is unusable to me for anything other than people who left Twitter who you still want to follow. Politics on Blue Sky is extremely liberal almost entirely versus Twitter, where there's different subsets of people. Twitter, okay, but if you are any kind of if you have any kind of traction on Twitter, you will end up with the biggest conglomeration of insane takes, just assaulting you constantly. Same with Threads. You don't even need it. I guess you don't even need to be. If you're showing up on any kind of even following big accounts and commenting on them, that shit's insane. Yeah, you can cultivate your little tiny bubble, but you can do that on any of them. If you're engaging with people that aren't exclusively part of your particular group, the insane shit that you run into is crazy. Also, Twitter openly caters to Nazis. So I mean, not that Threads doesn't, but Twitter does it way more obviously. Which I feel is a pretty major strike that we're not talking about here. There's gonna be porn anyway, honestly. Good, there should be. You mean the American military? As much as that is a funny bit, the American military is not corporate. itself, it is often used or wielded by corporate interest because of how tightly corporate interests are woven into the American government, but it itself is not a corporation. How is it not? What do you mean? What do you mean, how is it not? It's literally not a corporation. Like, the American military is not a corporation. Just like explicitly. And it's not directly controlled by a corporation either. You can argue that the American government is controlled by corporate interests, but that doesn't make the American military a corporation. I think Twitter is a weird place to go, like, now. If you were there before, it makes sense to stay if your feed is curated. I would argue the same thing for Threads. What the fuck was I doing? I got so distracted talking about Twitter discourse. Fuck. Old Grizzlefang. Finished my last Korean cig and I'm already missing them? Damn. I know that feeling. Not specifically for Korean cigarettes, but, you know, when I get to, like, indulge and have a tiny little, you know, I get a little bit of nicotine as a treat. The moment it's out, I'm like, Many such cases. The military-industrial complex couldn't exist if the U.S. military was industry. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Like, it needs to be it is a consumer of corporate output, but it itself is not a corporation. It does not make money. It takes American money and funnels it into corporations.
See that old bear
and then does stuff.
His name is Grizzleface. The guards ignore him because he's blind and practically nerve dead, except for his sense of smell. If that old guy smells fish, there's no stopping him. Use Grizzleface to take out the oil mains.
Funny thing is, I've never seen anybody actually like Pol Pot unless they were like a child who knows nothing or they were doing a bit. I've run into, again, this is like talking about the Marxist-Leninists that I ran into before I started talking to the couple that hang out here that have been sane to talk to. I have unironically run into Pol Pot stands.
So that old Grizzleface will knock them apart?
That's the idea. You might even try throwing fish at the guards. Might improve their odor.
This feels like a debate of what words mean type thing, honestly. This is objectively not that, actually. The United States military is just explicitly not a corporation. Like, it's just not. It is a customer of corporations. But, like, we were talking about the East India Company, which was a corporatist state, or, like, you know, state. The American military does not operate independently. It is not its own, like that. We were talking specifically about, like, unleashing a corporation that then established its own pseudo government, but was still a client state of an empire. Like, these are distinct structures. This isn't just like a definitional thing. I don't know. It'd be like saying the Soviet military is a commune or something. It's like, it's not. Like, it's from a communist government, and it, like, follows a communist ethos. It belongs to a government that espouses communism, but, like, that doesn't make the Soviet military a commune. Like, that's you know. I mean, I guess it is kind of a debate of what words mean, but I'm objectively correct in this specific instance. What just got thrown at me? Oh, what are we?
Bear's coming.
Gotcha. What am I doing again? Use bear to wreck oil mains. Gotcha. Where are the oil mains? Down here. God fucking damn it, dude. The camera. Been bullied by the camera. Hello? Maybe I have to, like, get the bear to follow me first by walking in front of it. I wasn't paying attention to the description because I was talking about... because I was doing definition shit.
Grizzleface is moving towards your position.
Where's Grizzleface? Grizzleface? Buddy? Grizzleface. My friend? Aha. Come along, Grizzleface. Very good. Thank you, Grizzleface.
Nice work. Trot old Grizzleface over to the next middleman by luring him with fish.
Delicious. I meant in the sense that thinking the military is a corporate entity in and of itself, which it isn't. Oh, okay, my bad. I misunderstood. See, this is what I mean. I get to misinterpret things all I want. I've encountered Pol Pot apologists, though not supporters. People say with some justification that he did what he did because of the mess Kissinger made of his country. That's I don't know. I find even that to be a sticky hill to die on. Not, I don't know, like, oh, he just follows me, he doesn't kill me? Sweet. I mean, like, I think you can acknowledge the circumstances of something and not, like, I don't know, justify it, I guess. The United States is where socialism can flourish most because the United States is the only country that can't be invaded by the United States. Texas would like to have a word with you, Song. They are fucking frothing at the mouth to invade California. In fact, a lot of the South really wants to invade California, like explicitly, like they want to conquer California. And that might, like, we are teetering on, like, it's not like likely, but public sentiment wise, like, they already want to, like, we've been invading ourselves over the course of this fucking administration. Like ICE is getting deployed to cities that are too liberal or whatever, or like run by socialists. Like, we absolutely can invade ourselves. What do you mean? It is a funny bit though. Sorry, I got a little too lost in the sauce there. I feel my takeaway is, did I just get lucky with and only run into mostly sane MLs because y'all keep telling me about people I've never dreamt of? I almost understand why Mark got quite pissed at me early on when I talk about politics. Right, well that was like the standpoint I was coming from, you know? Like I can have like a sane conversation with y'all, like that's why you're still here. Even if I end up disagreeing with you on things, like we can have that discussion, you know? But coming into it, that was like exclusively my experience with Marxist-Leninist communities, because a lot of them, again, and this is like, I keep bringing them up, but like the ACP is like a direct reason for this, but it's also, even before the ACP was like super prominent, most of the, like, if I ever ran into somebody who used this specific term, Marxist-Leninist, or alternatively, authoritarian communist, it was always like the craziest, like, Twitter motherfuckers, you know? Like actually, like, you know, the Soviet Union never did anything bad and it was all justified, and like there was a good reason for the Holodomor actually, and it didn't even happen, and if you believe that it did, then that's Western propaganda. Like that kind of shit. Like that was obviously like just fucking batshit. Not like there's more nuance to like the way that, you know, American and like European propaganda paints the Soviet Union, but like literally they did nothing wrong, like kind of shit. While I agree that Cambodia being bombed relentlessly for years by the U.S. negatively affected them, I don't think it's a justification for DK's action, genocides against various ethnic groups. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. That's exactly what I would, how I would put that. Yeah. It's one of those, like, yeah, like terrible things have been happening here, and you definitely would be, you know, like there's I understand that things are shitty and that's like there's going to be knock-on effects of that, but like swerving that into genocide all the ethnic groups is not the move, my guy. Not saying anybody here is saying that. I'm just like that's me to these like hypothetical you know, fucking Pol Pot apologists. Critical support to Chairman Gavin Newsom. Jesus Christ, I hate him so much. I hate Gavin. I hate that motherfucker. And like, that's one of those like harm reduction things where it's like, fuck me. I really hope that that's not who we end up dealing with, because I hate that motherfucker. Let me tell you what. I hate him for so many reasons too. There's so many reasons I can't stand that guy. It does feel to me that the USA is structurally broken in ways that can't be fixed. I really worry what fragmentation and nuclear winter are the most plausible two places I can see it going from there, though maybe it can blunder out in at least my lifetime, fingers crossed. That's the thing, the United States is such a bureaucratic fucking nightmare at this point. Like, it is like a totally incoherent, like, Leviathan. That is just, oh fuck, I lost that fish. Oh no, I didn't. Here we go. Hit.
That bear can run pretty fast. He's on the way.
The US is fucked in ways that are fascinating to try and unpack.
Sensors in the safe house indicate that Grizzleface is on the move.
I would like more fish, please. I know people love the personalist political thing, and I understand how politics will eventually impinge on personal life. No, it is. I mean, well, yeah, like politics start with personality, generally. Like, you can indoctrinate people into a way of thinking, but like obviously that's another way that you can end up with a set of politics that aren't intrinsically locked into your personality, but like personality kind of is usually informs political beliefs. However, recreating the system in your actions while subjectively being against it is precisely the farce of political with capital P. Wait, hold on. I missed something. I'm liberal in my personal views. Disproportionately, I've always been a fan of the live and let live, but politically, if you really get me on the technical terms, I'm apolitical with communist sympathies. Interesting. I don't know. I'm like a... I don't know how I would describe it. I would say like a kind of like local like materialist with socialist and communist leanings, you know? The entire reason I got into politics anyway was to defend myself as a trans person. Like, it was literally not even a choice. It impacted my personal life instantly. Yeah. I mean, I was raised a political entity. Like, I was taught to be an agent of a political organization. Like I have never known a life without politics. Like, I've never been in a position where I could just say like, oh, like, it doesn't affect me, I can be apolitical. Like, I grew up trained to be an agent of like evangelical, I don't know, propagation and political force. And so when I got out of that, the natural effect afterwards for me was do everything I can to counteract that political force, partially as a form of penance for how shitty I was beforehand. Like I have to make up for all of the shitty things that I believed and like tried to propagate, you know? And then I found out I was trans, which really made it even more apparent because that like I needed to be involved, you know? I'm not cut out to be a politician or leader, really. I just really wish I could be a writer or even an electrician, but within socialist auspices. Valid. Well, that's honestly, that's kind of the thing. I'm not put together enough to be any kind of like actual political leader or organizer or anything. I try to like donate to causes that I find compelling or helpful, especially local ones, or volunteer time when I can, which is not as often as I would like to because I'm a dysfunctional person. You know, I lack the organizational skills, the personal stability, like all of that to actually like be a meaningful contributor to the actual organization. So I engage with the cultural aspect of politics, which is trying to disseminate ideas and, I don't know, like, cultural pressure is an important part of building a political movement. you know, like culture and politics are intrinsically entwined. Basically everything to do with culture and artistic output will push some sort of political message, whether somebody is trying to, whether they admit it or not, or even conscious of it or not. And so I engage with the cultural aspect of like politics.
Why don't those lazy dumb beavers know their place? They ain't finding no work on this old sawmill. No, sir.
Many such cases. Yeah. In a certain way, America is technically working as intended. I just think the intended outcome is inherently broken and in a lot of ways only works when being forced into working. Well, that's the thing. America is working as intended. Like, America was founded as I was just doing Murray. Was founded as like primarily a revolution of the landowning class against the bigger landowners, you know, like the most of the organizers, not all, but most of the organizers and like major players in the American Revolution were like plantation owners, or like, you know, if they weren't major landowners, then they were generally members of like the upper or upper middle class, like the petit bourgeois and things. Like, it wasn't a people's revolution. It was a revolution in order to change the hands of capital and like what kind of like just who owned the the plantations, and in a lot of cases the people, because we explicitly wrote slavery into our independence as something that we were going to stick around, or keep around. So it's always been like that. You're right. It has always been like the freedom and liberty like pitch is basically a sugar for the medicine of maintaining the landed elite's political and economic interests. I don't think it's 99% of systems, but wait, hold on. What did I do with the systems? This is the first step, in my opinion, learning how the world actually works. 99% of the systems on Earth are not broken. They're meant to break you and make you hopeless and oppress you. I don't think it's 99% of the systems, but it's certainly a major feature of capitalism, which is indeed designed to break the vast majority of people and benefit a small number of people. I would argue that if not 99%, like, if a system is not designed that way, without very careful management, it will trend that way, because of the way humans react to having power. Power is like, there's like power is inherently corruptive. And if you're not very, 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 very diligent, regardless of how good your intentions are or how like idealistic you start out, you will trend towards more and more self-interested augmentations to your system. I think that systems trend towards self-interest rather than collective benefit, and that you need to constantly be alert and fighting to counteract any of that.
If we can trust Murray's informant, that's the silo with the battery hidden inside.
To prepare it for travel, we'll have to drain off its northern
hierarchical systems will always trend towards naked selfishness and domination. I would argue that non-hierarchical systems will trend towards hierarchical systems if you're not careful as well. Maintaining a non-hierarchical system is a lot of work.
I'll climb on top
and
of the
it will you could even, and this is for like the
Three should suffice. Once the first line's attached, Murray and I will commandeer another boat. You should stay in position.
Finally, I get the easy gig.
This is as an anarchist, or as somebody with heavy anarchist leanings and sympathies. One of the big inter-anarchist I don't know, like philosophical arguments is like whether or not it's even possible to maintain a non-hierarchical like society or polity, or if like the entire philosophy is just about minimizing hierarchy as much as possible. Because even something where like there is no official hierarchy, hierarchy tends to develop around like cults of personality or like fields of expertise, things like that, and you have to actively counteract it. It is something that will like crawl out of the woodwork, you know. Oh, the Magnamists were basically bandits. Well, yeah, shit gets like it like a non-hierarchical or grassroots system becomes a cult of personality very easily if you're not very, very careful. People like not needing to make their own decisions. Like, generally, you know, like if they're being benefited, like not needing to worry about that shit is like hugely beneficial. Like not everybody wants to be like 1,000% politically activated, like engaging with like town halls every fucking 3 weeks to decide whether or not the signs should be yellow or blue. You know, like people like handing off or tend towards handing off their political autonomy because it makes your life easier. And humans inherently tend towards behaviors that make their lives easier. That's just like a fundamental aspect of humanity. At least like when we're talking about populations, like individually, you know, humans individually are a very different conversation than humanity as a group, you know? There's so many things that are essentially just looking at someone beating someone over the head with hammers and going like, hey, have you considered simply not doing that? And being told it's not only good to beat yourself over the head with hammers, but everyone should beat themselves with hammers. And anyone who doesn't clearly doesn't know shit about fuck. Propaganda and tradition are powerful tools for controlling or getting people to act outside of their own self-interest. That was the wrong button. There are a lot of communists, particularly Marxist-Leninist works regarding the structure of a political party, and they constantly emphasize the importance of very strong cracking down of people who are selfish, who abuse their power, etc. Okay, so I'm going to agree with you. Yes, that does happen a lot. The issue that you end up developing is who is the corrupt one? And like this seems like kind of like pedantry, right? But like corruption, you can see it here. Like you see it in America right now. Cracking down on corruption, everybody wants to crack down on corruption. Everyone says you have to be diligent about cracking down on corruption. The insidious part about cracking down on corruption and the abuse of power is it's a really good excuse or smokescreen to hide your own corruption and abuse of power. The conservatives, the Republicans, the MAGA crew are all doing that right now. Like all of their justifications of like making the government more authoritarian, stricter, ignoring the checks and balances is in the name of purging corruption. Like it operates as like a shibboleth for like we're the good guys, they're the corrupt ones, we can hunt them all down. So like the how and the actual sticking to it is the real difficult part. And I think that requires a like constant outside monitoring. I don't trust any group to self-regulate their corruption. You know, the police have investigated themselves and found no wrongdoing, kind of deal. A political party will do that same thing. I think regardless of what their stated morality or objectives are. I need to find this thing. I'm just wandering around in a snowy wilderness. they're going to trend towards protecting their own in favor of fighting outside threats, which there will always be. This is what a lot of leftist infighting turns into, is like, you know, hunting people who are hurting the cause because they're the bigger problem, you know? Not sure that's actually a shibboleth, by the way. I think it kind of is. I mean, like hunting corruption is like maybe not. Maybe it's not a shibboleth. I think it kind of works as one. After the last, I think, stream, I put a link to the meditations on Moloch in the Discord. I feel it's a very important thing to read to understand how bad situations can arise without any bad individual. Interesting. If I don't know what else you would call it. Like it's an in-group signal for like hunting out group members is like purging corruption or cleansing corruption. I don't think it's unique to like conservative ideology, but it gets used as a dog whistle a lot, or just as a method to screen your own actions. At the end of the day, I just think it's easiest to make a system, and it's morally righteous and in most in line with socialist communist values and practice, where everybody rules, true democracy is realized. In fact, we've also seen empirically how hard those systems are to infiltrate and co-opt as well. A group of freaks and crazies, my friends, are harassing me, trying to get me to play Hoi 4 multiplayer. I will be acquiescing to their demands. Honestly valid. I love Hoi 4 multiplayer. Yeah, I generally tend towards democratic systems and structures as well. Particularly ones that have a lot of influence on, like, taking the, where am I throwing him? Heavy emphasis on dealing with local issues, individually, or like, rather than like, being like trying to blanket apply, a lot of fixes and, laws and structures across large areas. Because like something that works really well in one part of a country could be very, very destructive in another. And, that's, a growing pain of more federalist systems, and you know I do think some things should be you know you need a mixed system, but you need to pay attention to local issues as well as like national ones. Shibboleth is a way a group recognizes its members, which a non-member would find very difficult to emulate. All right, never mind. I confused it with dog whistle. You are correct. Sorry, so let me correct that. Not hunting corruption, but draining the swamp would be a shibboleth. Bye, chat. Have a good one. Bye, Song. Even if it's not anarchism, just a system where directly democratic decision-making is taken to the utmost extreme and taken with utmost seriousness. I tend to agree. I tend to find that to be like the a better way to operate things, I think. I think the more broadly you can distribute the levers of power, now this does mean that things move slower, and that is a that's a consequence of that, but
before anyone picks up on what we're doing.
I generally think that that's worth you know, worth the trade-off, I guess. There could be life hacks to bypass the typical slowness of horizontal systems. Maybe? I mean, I'm sure that there's life hacks to bypass a lot of the problems of different governments. It's getting everybody to adopt them that's the problem, right? I think it's possible for a group to self-regulate, but they'd have to actually be able to be accountable to the people and not solely be concerned with themselves. It requires that you not make decisions unilaterally at a high level without thoroughly evaluating what everyone... oh my god. What everyone is affected by them. Yeah, I just, I think going in a similar way to talking about, like, you know, counteracting the slowness of a direct democratic, like, a horizontal system, that's a lot harder to implement than, like, it seems on the tin, I think. Like if you can do that, awesome. But I don't, like, I'm not confident in that, like, working out. That's why I try. I don't like, I don't think that you are likely to end up with a group, like a self-regulating party or group that maintains that kind of behavior over a long period of time. I think after, like, maybe the first generation of people that, like, maybe the first couple, depending on what your, like, term cycles look like, if you even have term cycles, that's going to fade out in favor of making things more expedient and effective, because, like, humans tend to look down on people that they see as below them, and when you wield unfathomable power over life and death, you tend to start to see other people as below you, even if you don't start out that way. Otherwise, why would you be given this power and not them, you know? Like, it's just a really easy, like, trap to fall into. I don't know how to describe it, but an example would be not basing shit solely on numerical data, but also based on how people would feel about it. Right, but, like, how do you maintain a government, a self-regulating government entity that keeps that ethos? Like, how do you make sure that they're actually being that way, that they actually stay that way? Like, what is the check on that power? Because it's really easy to just say that you're doing things for the best of people and that you are concerned with how they feel, and then do whatever you feel is right anyway, when you have no, like, oversight or check on your power. One of my favorite admittedly cynical sayings is, democracy is based on the fallacy that more than half the people are right more than half the time. It's instructive to look at the Landsgemeindes, which still, I fucking butchered that, which still exist in a few Swiss cantons. Regular assemblies of the entire population to vote directly on things. That contributes directly to those cantons being extremely conservative. That's true. Yeah, that's another problem. It's like the average person is kind of dense. You know, the common clay of the Old West. Morons. It makes government a cultural thing rather than explicitly a systemic one. Or not systemic, but the fight, if you have a more direct democratic system, is convincing most people to agree with you, which obviously has its own really dire problems. Any system that gets big enough will start to be more efficient, I feel. I disagree. I think the bigger a system gets, the less efficient it becomes. Like, actually, I think that's, like, explicitly the case. Where the fuck am I going? Boats. I'm totally lost in this convo. Oh, poor Mammoth. Oh, I wasn't supposed to fly out here on my own. Whoops. Various parts of Switzerland also allow direct voting on citizenship. They publish a list of all people applying to become Swiss, including photos and brief bios. Then the population says no to all the black people. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds terrifying. Direct democratic application for citizenship is wild. But, you know, that also, I guess, I'm not gonna say makes sense, but, like, I see how that problem arises. Perhaps I meant the more confederated and jointed more orgs and little pieces of the government get, the easier it may be. Confederated and jointed. I mean, I think then we're just running into... I guess, Kristen, that's a little bit too vague for me to understand what you mean by it, and that gets into like technical distribution of how we do this. Like, and this is the thing, right? Like, this is the issue with like broad ideological discussion, which I do all the time. I'm so guilty of broad ideological discussion. But like, it literally is the devil is in the details. Like, how you execute on most ideologies is the real like distinction on whether or not it's going to be good. I tend to agree with the idea that you just have to immerse everyone in the ideology and convince them that strict adherence to it is paramount above all else, and thus acting unilaterally and believing yourself to be so wise that you're above all criticism from everyone to be widespread and like resilient, but it makes you fundamentally incapable of adaptation, and it ends up becoming almost like liturgical in its own sense. Like the state becomes the religion, and then you cannot change the state because it is religion. Like the ideology, like making ironclad ideology like that, where you're incapable of criticism, you're incapable of doubt, you're incapable of considering another option as the problem. Like, you're never going to get it right on the first shot. Like, you're never going to get a perfect like group of ideas that are correct. So whatever you reinforce then just exacerbates the problems, and that's how you end up with like cleansing groups of people who think slightly differently than the core group because of some like particular nuance of the original founders' decisions on like any kind of policy, you know? How is that setup structurally resistant to a bad person doing whatever they want? Right. I think it's easiest to just show how said system can provide for all, because the people are the system and the people are providing for themselves and each other. That's just every government. Every government like does that. That's not unique to any particular ideology. I mean, I guess except maybe like direct like force of arms warlord like survival of the fittest shit. Like most governments, regardless of the structures that they operate, are going to try to convince the people that they are beneficial to them, because most governments, regardless of whether they are like authoritarian or not, rely to a certain extent on the consent of the governed, to not like overthrow them, you know? No, I mean like a typical communist system. I don't. Merrick, question, no thinking. Favorite Greek god? Go. Athena. Where am I going? Boat. Not that boat. Boat? This boat. Sorry for distracting from the game. It's fine. People don't come here for gameplay anyway. It's just going to add a day to Sly Cooper 2. I was pretty confident that I was going to finish it today, but I don't think I'm going to anymore. What? How do I... What the fuck am I doing here? There we go. I would disagree with the idea that consistent enforcement of stated values of an ideology is inherently cultish. I think you're wrong. Like, that's just what evangelical conservatism is doing. It's like that's what that is. Enforcing thought is cultish. That's like one of the standards of the Byte model is thought control. Like, that's what enforcing ideology is thought control. I think consistency is good, though. You should also have the ability to understand the conditions your area, country, the world, etc. are able to adapt. I mean, you're like, I think you're constructing an unrealistic hypothetical, though. Like, I don't think that you can have a rigid, distinct, enforced core political ideology and also expect people, on the whole, humans, not a couple individuals, but like the people that live within this system, to not turn that into, not expand that rigidity of thought and that enforcement of political ideology into the rest of the society. Like, in order to have an enforced political ideology, you have to be inherently uncritical of yourself to a certain extent, you know? Like, you cannot be both, like, or I guess not, you can't reasonably expect the majority of people, and I would include the majority of people that you're going to be putting into government positions, to be able to both... I only come here for the gameplay, actually? Ah, shit, I'm disappointing Julia. Honestly, I'm not used to actually having an actually nuanced discussion with people without having to stop every few sentences, spend like 45 minutes to unpack whatever the fuck the other person said before continuing, because one of our parties fundamentally misunderstood simultaneously what is even being discussed in general. We've done a lot of work to try and mitigate that, yeah. I know someone who's a liberal fascist, which sounds contradictory. I actually totally understand. I already know the kind of person this is. Sounds contradictory until you talk to them a bit. They adhere to the principle that a state can be most effectively run by focusing power towards an authoritarian leader, but they recognize it can only be achieved by nucleating hate around some outgroup, and the liberal side of them abhors that. Honestly, least shocking combination of allegedly incompatible beliefs. Like the liberal to fascist pipeline is already like a well-documented thing. It doesn't mean that like anybody with liberal ideology or ideological leanings is like more prone to being a fascist like innately, but like they definitely like it is not as incompatible as people think that it is. Falsier is assuming that you and your friends and people like you are noble and good and knowledgeable and sober-minded and sensible. Unlike that bunch of corrupt, exploitative monsters currently in power, it doesn't usually turn out well when you get into power. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Once you are convinced that you are right and above criticism and you have the correct form of like belief, the right way of thinking, that is not even like it's not a leap. It's like a narrow step to that like abuse. No, people aren't perfect in any way, which is why you always have to criticize yourself and interrogate your own intentions and beliefs and constantly struggle to do better regardless, but that's inherently contradictory to having an enforced core political ideology. You can't do both of those things. Okay, Emmerich, I'm used to disappointment, so it's okay. What, you don't like Athena? Oh no, the game, right, the game. Also, I think I'm going to have to say Artemis. Artemis is a good favorite. Good pick for favorite is God. How the fuck am I supposed to shoot this? Oh, Sly's up there. I was looking at the OBS screen, the tiny little OBS screen, because I'm like reading chat at the same time.
The second hook's in place. One more
like the like enforced ideology thing is actually just evangelical, like the same kind of like thing that the evangelical cult, like political cult shit that I was in was structured around. Like, nobody thought they were doing the wrong thing. They were all convinced that what they are doing is correct. They are 100% certain, and they genuinely believe, because they have an enforced ideological system, that they can't be wrong about it, and that they are doing what is best for everybody by doing it. Like, you have to be able to criticize your ideology in order to make your ideology better. And there's no such thing as like a currently perfectly pure ideology to adopt, you know? And I guess that's probably where the issue comes in with my, or at least where I believe the issue comes in on that kind of like take on an ideal or on how to run a government, is that I don't believe that anyone is capable of setting up something that is worthy enough to be uncritically adopted and enforced. I don't know, like even something that's just as simple as like treat people good. Like what okay, like what does that even mean? Like you can interpret that in a million different ways. Or like being a little bit less like pedantic about it, or like a little bit less snarky. Like murder is bad. make murder illegal. Murder is inherently illegal in your ideology. People get killed. Bad things happen. Wars happen. Is war murder? Where do we fall on the defense of the nation? How does that operate? Where does that fall ideologically? Where do you draw the lines on that? Like, these are all extremely nuanced things that require constant criticism. And they're also extremely important to the central ethos of any government that you're going to have. How to best pursue collectivization of an economy is something that, you know, would probably fall under the enforced political ideology aspect, right? But like, where, or even just collectivization in general, like, how much are we collectivizing? Is it all of it? Is it a universal command economy? Do we allow private markets at all? Like, the nuances are indistinguishable, or not indistinguishable, but you can't take them away from the core ideology, I don't think. Where the fuck am I going? Here. Oh, I had to do them in order? That's biscuits. I was already here. Maybe I'm fundamentally misunderstanding, but I don't think so. Given what I've been running with so far.
I was wondering what happened to that guy. Guess he just prefers to be frozen.
I appreciate you're locked in on the real conversation and also giving me the attention for my frivolous bullshit. It means a lot. You're welcome. I do my best, you know? What time even is it? 7:22? Yeah, I'm not gonna finish this game, but I'll at least get to the last zone. And then we can start slide 3 on the next stream. I guess what it comes down to is my core ideological philosophy is like, be eternally critical of anybody who would have power over you or who would claim that they have your best interest at heart and have the power to enforce things. Like, government is important. Like, it ultimately, some form of government needs to happen. You need to have some way to organize large amounts of people. And there are a lot of different ways that you can effectively do that. There isn't like one objectively correct, system that you can just like hammer in and crystallize and make like the perfect, no harm, like excellent, beautiful system that works for everybody everywhere. So it is important, I believe, and maybe this is more of a moral view than even an ideological one. It's probably both. It's both like it's like an ethical moral view, right? Like, this is my core ideology, is that it is important as a member of a population to be critical of whoever holds the levers of power, and to be critical of yourself. And I think that applies regardless of what system you end up settling on or which one you live under currently. I also believe that you need to try to do what you can to help locally, you know, help the people around you, like radiate that kind of personal scale, benefit, I guess, you know? Test. I typed a whole long ass thing and it didn't send. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. That's tragic. I really, genuinely, that fucking sucks. I would definitely want to hear what you have to say. I like what Daniel Berrien says on this. Every system contains the seeds of its own destruction. There's no perfect system. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree with that. Like I said, power is inherently corruptive. That's not like a hot take or anything. That's like one of the most commonly held beliefs on the planet. The difficulty comes in with deciding how you solve that problem, you know? How do you, I'm gonna die here. I'm gonna reset everybody going in this way. And I think that flexibility and critique is the, you know, flexibility, critique, and not like personal accountability, but like a level of pushing for like collective community support in whatever space you control any amount of like you wield any amount of power, whether that's social, whether it's political, whether it's economic, utilizing that power to benefit the people around you, often like at the detriment to yourself. Even if you like, doesn't mean that you have to like impoverish yourself or whatever, but like you should do that. And I generally believe that a government system should reflect that. You should do things for the broadest benefit of the most people. A sensible reading of the Bible says a lot of the fundamentally flawed and sinful about the fundamentally flawed and sinful human nature, and also a lot about how to best live in that environment. Something often overlooked about the Beatitudes. I used to fucking know all about this shit. Is that they say, take in an interesting point often overlooked is that the Christian Beatitudes say, oh, okay. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, not achieve, hunger and thirst. Watch your heart and don't make matters worse. Yeah, no, yeah. Also, I'm going with Artemis, if only for the fact that it's easy top and bottom surgery. You're saying all I need to do is see her breathe naked in the river and bam, she's doing the swap, done. Well, she'll either do the swap or turn you into a deer to be hunted by all of her ladies, depending on, like, her mood or the interpretation, you know?
I felled some great oaks this month, and these creep.
I think part of the misunderstanding is that I'm not saying this is a top-down thing. You'd have to work on all levels of society to accomplish anything, and thus while I believe a good socialist government would run based on specific principles and with specific goals, example, the eventual establishment of communism, more coming. I mean, I'm kind of fine with either. That's valid. Same. And this might just come down. I'm going to talk before you've gotten your second half of the paragraph out, which, you know, isn't fair, but I will try to adjust things when that's all done. But like, having grown up in a, you know, an ideological cult, I am going to be inherently distrustful of any kind of high centralization of power, you know? And I understand the arguments for it, but I don't trust it. And I don't think that it is, I think I have abundantly good reason to not trust that. And while it may be the best way to implement a specific ideology, I don't trust any specific ideology to
will continue to fill with energy.
Adjust for especially minority interests, which
So you want me to go
important
in there and bust
to me,
everything up?
you know?
Sounds like work for Murray.
Actually, this job will require all three of our skills. The front door is locked, and you're the only one capable of climbing up to the hatch on top. Once inside, sneak down to the ground floor and let us in. We'll help you finish the job.
All right, see you on the ground floor.
In conclusion, power stinky, cult thinking stinky, no thoughts, just cuddles and talk toys. If I can't have that, let the world must burn. Seas will boil. The tyranny of the majority. Right, yeah, which is not, it's not like a democratic system is immune to that either. I tend towards like local council, like local representative councils sending groups to other councils and having an administrative, like a profession or class. Like, I actually am not beyond, I don't know, beyond like electing representatives to a local council that manages things. I don't actually want direct direct democracy on most decisions, because like they're not like I don't know, trying to make agricultural decisions by like direct voting of like the local people living in the area where the agriculture is being done. It will not actually end up being effective. Like, but, you know, I also don't want like somebody posted from like a totally different region as a local official that unilaterally makes decisions with a bunch of other people who were posted from the central government with a, you know, an ironclad like core ideological system. And I don't know, you know, if we were talking about like, if we were at the point, you know, and this is where a lot of this like waffling and philosophizing kind of becomes meaningless. Like, I like talking about it, but I don't think it's necessarily the most productive thing. Which is where my opinions on harm reduction and operating within the system that you currently live under being important, like working towards a broad goal of like leftist political thought. But like if we were all in the room talking about how we were going to structure our government that we have finally seized control of, like this is where we can get into the really like specific details. But trying to like hash out which specific version of like how we're going to distribute power and like structure the economy and stuff when we are explicitly like an outside group in the country that we live in, at least when we're talking about America, is, you know, of limited use. I still like to do it, but, you know, any of the answers or like hypothesis that I have here about how to best run things could be completely different if we were like actually in a situation where we got to set things up and we had to assess then in that moment, which is why I kind of go for a broader, rather than like trying to adhere to a specific like political ideology. I don't know, I guess more trying to establish a general goal and a method for forming political or governmental structures when you have the opportunity, you know? It would have to be adaptable to the conditions the society finds itself in and the will of the people living in it, regardless of how small the area. This is why such a government would still have to leave many things to each region and its people, even if the central government has a goal. But even those goals must be based on what each region, country, town, etc. wishes for. Yeah, I mean, we probably agree on that general stance, but, you know, I guess that's where, like, the difference of, like, how do you make sure that you have officials in office that actually do that, or how do you maintain like the stability? And this is something where like it's literally just like alt history fiction that we're making up, and like obviously I'm doing it too, but like you can't conceptualize the whole system in advance, I don't think, especially not with an enforced ideology. I think that the enforced ideology thing is what's really stressing me out here. The small, you know, unilaterally powerful groups of people is also, you know, another thing. But like, I don't know. I guess you could theoretically come up with a system where that ends up working, but I haven't seen one that's compelling to me yet. Like just saying like, yes, the people that we put in power will care for the common good of the people they're put in charge of is like what every ideology does, at least not the one outside of the ones that are like nakedly self-interested, like I said, like a might makes right, like military junta or something. The tyranny of the majority is why we can't have proportional representation and have to have at least some laws that are hard to modify, some checks and balances. Can't have proportional representation. I accept that as a hot take, which would take me some effort to elaborate upon. I understand what you... Hold on. When you say can't have proportional representation, do you mean like... you're talking about like why like America has the electoral college kind of deal? Because that's fucked in its own way. I guess again, this is I don't know. It also like we've said gets immeasurably more complicated the bigger you get. Like the bigger the political entity you're trying to run is. Like oh no, I have to go up another way, huh? Up here. I think a lot of this is a worldview difference because I didn't grow up in a cultish religious background, so the idea that enforcing the values of an ideology is cultish doesn't compute to me, but it is a default stance for you. Yeah, that's my lived experience. Like it would be a real hard sell for me to agree to an enforced political ideology. You would really need to have some sharp specifics that you know, about how you're going to mitigate the worst effects of that before I would even consider like what is it, like entertaining that, you know? The last clue. Where the hell am I going again? Like a computer up here or something? I have to pee so bad. Get inside the lighthouse. Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. And then we'll be back and we're gonna finish up Canada. I'm back. Wait. Basically, there has to be a mechanism to make sure the nation doesn't kill everyone with green eyes, even if 50.01% of the population wants it, which is inimical to the principle of proportional representation. Yeah, I do, however, think that most of the ways that I've seen that applied have given minorities that want to kill the majority of people with 50.01% of the population disproportional power, like has happened in America, where the evangelical bloc is not the majority of Americans, but they're able to dictate politics because they have conquered the areas that are proportionally much more capable of exerting their voting power than larger population centers. Can you prove that you're back? No. I simply don't support it, both because I've been indoctrinated as a kid and it just simply undermines the autonomy and free thought of the people. I agree. I think that you need to convince people into your ideology. I don't think enforcing it, is good for anybody involved. I interpret it as everyone in political work is immersed in the values and committed to achieving socialism and communism and keeping that in mind in their work. Versus what I think you're saying is we must never criticize our ideology and do whatever it takes to achieve it based on what we think is right. Right, but like what like the problem is like everyone in political work is immersed in the values and committed to achieving socialism and communism is an inherently unenforceable idea. You need to make it more specific in order to enforce it, because that is like so broad as to be meaningless as an enforced thing. Like, I mean, like if that is the limit of what your enforced ideology is, then I don't think it's even really ideology. Key detail about the USA, which everyone seems to overlook, is the USA is not a democracy. The USA is a confederacy of democracies. I don't know. The federal system has really overtaken, like, I don't know. Maybe it kind of depends. I think like any suitably large, like, nation ends up like that, though. Like, you could probably say the same thing about Canada, right? I was supposed to do something up here, and I just saw an area I wanted to jump off of and paraglide. I want to preface this by saying that I like that you did not grow up in a cultish background, religious background. For me, at least, the idea of having an idea that, let's see. The idea of having an idea that people should adhere to, even if that idea is inherently and objectively good, is described as cultish, because how are these ideas enforced and maintained? Who or what is maintaining them? How do they account for the nuances of being discussed? Right, that's kind of, I just generally don't find, like, political enforcement to be a good idea. That's why I don't think everything should be a simple majority. I don't think everything should be a simple majority either. There has to be some kind of mechanism to prevent some people from being abused in such ways. I think the problem, like, this is another one of those like details matter. You know, and you really, I think, have to talk about the specific system you're in rather than a conceptual system in the future. But like, if you're talking about like once you get to the specifics of your like belief on how a government should operate, like, I have a particular framework in how these goals would be accomplished over time, and a party would develop a program which guides it, and they assess this constantly. But do you have, like, I don't know, like is the extent of the enforced political aspect just like we're trying to do communism? Like, in order to be in the government, you just have to agree that you're doing communism? Or is there like a more specific like set of ideas that are being enforced? This is why you would have councils for specific peoples, why councils, indigenous councils, queer councils, disabled, religious minorities. Right, I think I generally, like, I opt more towards local councils or representative, like, local councils sending representatives for that, which I guess comes down closer to I guess more like a more localized system that then represents everybody, you know, in kind of a chain up from there, which, you know, obviously slows things down a lot, but I would prefer that over trying to centralize power into like a I don't know, like single structured political system. It's true, I think everyone should have guaranteed representation and their interests must be considered and their rights fully protected. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that general sentiment. I guess I just disagree with the idea that that can be done with an authoritarian central system. Okay, that's just the camera being weird.
That's a good girl. On your knees, Spark.
Hi, Hook. What's up? Anyway, this has been a heavy topic stream. Oh. I've enjoyed it. I hope that all of you have as well. I know we're a lot of fucking meandering, nuanced stuff. No, like, there's a more specific set of ideas, hence why communists have all had a million different ideologies, but if the government represents one of them, they should base their decisions on the framework of it.
Hey there, all you boys working the lighthouse. The lumberjack teams are a-coming. Practice up on your log chopping.
So yeah, I guess I just don't trust any system to be worthy of putting enforced political power under, like any like specific ideology group, you know? Like,
that's it. Your axe is sharp.
Fuck. I also do not know if I'm describing what I mean at all well, TBH. I think you are, and I think I just fundamentally disagree with the concept. Like, I grew up in, and again, this is like a personal worldview and experience thing, but like, it's not like, you know, it's not like the ideology I grew up under is like intentionally malicious, you know? Like, they genuinely believe that they're doing the right thing, and they think that it's working because it's an enforced system. Like, you have to believe in the core principles, and if you don't, then like, why are you even here, right? And I think that any kind of fuck, it is driving me crazy that I can't move the camera. Any kind of enforced political system, enforced ideological system, is going to fall into that same trap, regardless of how ideologically, like, I don't know, pure or idealistic it starts out. I think that flexibility overall is way more like flexibility and a distribution of power over a wider base. Again, horizontal structuring. Any enforcement of hierarchical power or thought is called domination in my eyes. I think I disagree with that kind of broad that broad of an anarchistic view as well, despite being like leaning more towards it. At a certain point, you do need to draw a line and say, like, you know, the doctor is in command here, or like, you know, the person that we have, you know, had running the roads for 4 years and knows how they operate makes the decisions here, and that is inherently a hierarchy, you know, like there is a point where you what is going on here? I don't mean like literally. I mean, I guess I don't find like I don't believe in any hierarchy as a particularly useful statement personally. I think even in a system that minimizes hierarchical structures, you're still going to have hierarchical structures. I don't think you should be able to change the basic rights people have. One of the bigger things I'm opposed to in the US is that people's rights can come and go based on who is elected and who appoints the Supreme Court. Who decides what basic rights are? You know? Like, basic rights change whether you have an enforced political system or not. Yeah, biscuits. They just blocked the door with a chair?
Hey, genius! Smash that chair and let us in!
Thanks,
Might have
pal.
misspoke now that I'm thinking. No, it's just, my statement was way too broad. It's a really common, like, broad statement in, like, anarchist communities and thinking.
I'll reverse the energy flow from the control computer.
I just think it's one that, like, sounds good but isn't really particularly well thought out.
That should give Sly a short window of opportunity.
And it's really easy to repeat that kind of stuff. I did it for a long time.
And overload the system from the top.
Up, down, up, down. They should put an elevator in this place.
Homework said also, why is 2026 specifically the year in which we have perfected foresight of what basic rights should be in perpetuity? Right. Like, yeah, exactly that. Because, like, the enforcement, like immutable basic rights is the foundation of constitutionalism, which is, like, inherently an authoritarian, like, regressive conservative ideology. Because they believe that, like, all of the rights that humans deserve were already mandated, like, at the dawn of the American, like, project, and any further iteration on that is, like, blasphemy and corruption of the original political ideology. You know, like that. I think we have many more examples of enforced political ideology becoming like regressive, conservative, even reactionary governments than we do of them being progressive, like beacons of human rights and values.
Sly. We can't keep this thing reversed forever.
Yeah, this is heavier than it looks.
Nope. Okay. Motherfucker. God damn it. You've got to look at the base. You've got to look at the base, not at the. Ooh. Okay. I'm good. I'm fine. It's only natural a furry raccoon burglarizing other furries leads to some deep thoughts. It's true. Just like Nier Automata. You know, I can't help it. I don't know. Welcome to my insufferable leftist reading group, everybody. Oh, my treasure!
In order to overcome Jean Bisson in the Lumberjack games, we'll need to enlist the help of the giant Canadian eagles. Their nest is out on that iceberg. Steal one of the eggs, and then bring it safely back to the safe house. We'll use it to direct the eagles' protective instincts against Bisson.
Sure, sounds easy enough. Except for the part where I have to swim a half a mile through freezing water.
Why swim when you can paraglide? With the oil mains all destroyed, the pent-up combustible materials have just caught fire.
I see. The updraft created by the flames should give me some extra altitude.
Just make sure to stay out of the fire. Get too close and old Grizzleface will be eating barbecued raccoon for dinner.
That's a charming image, Bentley.
This is a good point. What I mean would be, for example, trans people shouldn't have to worry about their healthcare, ability to travel, ability to live without discrimination, though I have to continue thinking about how this would work practically. And I think that's kind of the issue that I run into, you know, is you know, you could just go down the list and like imagine every single minority group that you could possibly subdivide into and say like, these people deserve rights to be able to drive cars and or get from one place to the other and have healthcare. And like if that's if that's like where it ends, like people in capitalist societies would argue that they're doing that too. They're wrong, but like ideologically, that is also the goal of at least a lot of the stated goal of a lot of the like politicians that would be espousing a capitalist system as well, because like you can say that it's how you execute on it or how you engage with it that ends up being the real sticky part. And if you are in a you know, an enforced political system and you make up like a specific way that is interpreted and that ends up not working, then like you're kind of just now like you have an enforced system of how you theoretically protect all those things that doesn't work, or maybe even harms the group that you're trying to protect, and like you're cooked. Or insert minority, why have somebody represent them when they can represent themselves? Wait, my answer, trans folk represent themselves. Nobody knows what's in our interest other than us. Why have somebody make decisions for us? I think that's another thing. Like even really well-intentioned people who are not like listening directly to the community. Where the fuck am I going? End up making some wild decisions on our behalf, you know? It's a wonderful image, Bentley. I have to get on top of the battery, right? I should have really looked where I was going beforehand instead of getting caught up in my conversation again. There's one particular thing that is battery we're supposed to grab. Is it up here? I don't know. I don't remember. That one over there? No. Is it? No. It's on the coast. I remember it being on the coast. To the island? Oh, right, to the island for the eagle egg. Thank you. I have negative brain cells.
Watch out for those eagles. They don't look friendly.
Made it. Oh wait, she's playing Breath of the Wilds. Note that not every member of a minority subscribes to identity politics. They may not want a member of that minority to speak in their name.
If you could get that eagle egg back to the safe house, we'll be all set for the lumberjack.
That's fair. That is also fair. No. I agree with this, hence my stance that any government has to base their decisions on what the people affected by it want, and those people must be represented in that government. I just want to develop my further ideas on this. Yeah, no, go for it. I think that we've kind of like pursued this point to its conclusion for the moment. I like the conversation that we had here. I don't think we're really gonna make much more progress on it. Crunchy frozen egg, yeah. No! Why? Merc casually drowning Sly. I can't help it. Politics exhausting. Entire life being politics more so. Yeah, exactly. That's why I only do it like every now and then. I do this like once every couple of weeks. Like I just get a big like getting all of my politics conversation or my political theory conversations at least out and vented so that I can go back to being like a dumb slut on the internet. Because otherwise I just get consumed by it. Like this would be every fucking stream if I didn't contain my my impulse. Oh, I got got hit by a log. I love dumb sluts on the internet. Me fucking too, dog. Okay. Every freeze is an egg that will never crack. That's so sad. Anyway, thank you, like I said, thank you all for coming to my insufferable leftist reading group. I appreciate you. I hope we had fun here. Just vent politics for 3 hours so I can go back to being silly? Yeah, precisely.
Great work, Sly.
The lumberjack games
Sometimes
are
you just
upon
kind of
us.
slut scrabble
Now,
existence is
despite Murray's
existence.
study
Yeah.
of the log chopping guide, none of us are skilled enough to beat Jean Basson at his own game. So, though it pains me to say it, we'll have to cheat. Murray, you'll participate in the power log chopping competition. Get us a good score, and then let Basson up for his turn. While he's chopping, I'll sneak the eagle egg into his trousers, and the protective parents should disturb his axe swings. Sly, given your ascension skills, I've signed you up for the ice wall climb. We'll keep Basson from beating your score by pulling him off the wall with some nearby grappling lines. And finally, I'll represent our team in the log rolling competition. With my knowledge of rotational mechanics, we're sure to get a stupendous score. Sly will be in charge of greasing Basson's logs, so he has no chance of beating it. If you guys are ready, I say we head out and show these meathead lumberjacks what we're made of.
The real meta is to combine the dumb slut on the internet beat and the politics beat into one same beat. That's just my after hours stream. That's what last Saturday was. We were just like talking politics and relationship advice while I had my tits out, you know? Am I allowed to say that on Twitch? I don't know. Hopefully I won't get reported and banned. Wow. Reminds me of something I've been thinking. Am I tripping or does Sly sound different? I recall his voice being less regular, like he was all smooth, but to me he sounds a bit just like some guy. That's possible. This is back from the era where like voice acting wasn't seen as like a real job in the industry. So a lot of times it was just like whoever they had in the studio. And we can always double check that. Wow, I missed that After Dark stream. I'm not gay or anything, but look, I'm just trying to be a fucking whore. Why do so many people in power have to be so fucking stupid? No, that's literally me. Like, I wish that I could just like slut around and be like mildly problematic, you know, in pursuing hedonistic pleasure, just mildly, you know. But instead, I got to keep getting involved in all of this political dog shit, like all this fucking dog water out here. I don't want it. I don't want it. But like, I can't avoid it, you know. I run into this shit at the grocery store. Like, it's
It takes $1 to make $1.
I also missed the after hours stream. Damn, unfortunate. While I had my tits out in Minecraft, fixed it for you. Thank you. I appreciate that. This is a bit. I consume the souls of everyone around me to become more gay. I thought I only had the demo to this game, but I realized I had the game later on, but just didn't get so far. So Sly's voice in my head is different because I don't remember it as well, but I do remember Bentley's. That's fair. Bentley's a goofy little guy. I like Bentley. After hours stream? Yeah. I've got links in the Discord. It's laxer TOS around clothing. Gay is not enough. We must achieve gay too. Automated luxury gay space communism. Right. So fucking what are we doing? Self-affirmation. I don't know. I managed to not completely implode with self-consciousness while talking about politics for like 3 hours, which I probably shouldn't have done, honestly. But, you know, that's fine. Here we are. Hook, I appreciate your presence here. I like your little interjections, your conversation. I like that you're one of the few people that regularly makes me do ara-aras and uus. That's a good time. There was an on your knees redeem earlier. Yeah, that's just an audio redeem. It just does the on your knees for me. Did it not play? It played. It probably played. I'm sure it played. It might have just not happened because I was talking. Sorry.
Tessa should have been more careful. Well, that's what you get for
Navy blue twitch, as I call it. Yeah.
On your knees for me.
Yeah, like that. Thanks, Hook.
every crook and hollow.
That's a wrap, Bentley. Everything's set up for the lumberjack games. Although I should really buy a throwable distraction before we start competing. You never know when they might be useful.
Gotcha. See, I misunderstood what that redeem was. That's fair. Sly getting ready to grease a man's log. We gotta get greasy with it. I gotta go grab the I gotta grab the safe before we get into the winter games. I'm gonna do this last section and then probably gonna call it for the night. I tuckered myself out doing political theory shit. Like I said, I like it. It satisfies my soul. It gets me. It's good to get it out of my system. But goddamn, whew, that was a whole lot. I was very activated that whole time. I'm crashing pretty hard right now. Politics is so tiring. I'm getting too old for this. I feel like I'm just aging into where I have to start paying more attention to it, you know? Gotta go grease that log. That guy's logged multiple times. Multiple logs. He has so many logs. Overflowing with logs. Is this safe? Where is the safe? Where did I put the safe? Wow, that reminds me, my birthday is under 2 weeks. Oh, hell yeah? That's exciting. Looking forward to it. You got any plans? I think it's down this way. Yep. Ah, biscuits.
If I did my math right, and I always do my math right, then the combination has got to be 583.
Happy pregnancy day! Merry spawning day, as we say in the Mercverse. Lightning spitting.
Yeah, Zooks, that's a nice one.
Yeah. Boing. I love Bentley's voice. Bentley's great. Bentley is like such a sleeper hit character for me. Like in the first game, I think Bentley's kind of I don't know, he's kind of annoying. I think Bentley becomes like, I mean, like I talked about this a lot. Like the first game, Sly Cooper 1, all of the characters but Sly are kind of just like cardboard cutouts a little bit. Fuck. Even Sly is like barely a character. More of like gestures broadly in the direction of a character. But they really flesh everybody out in this one, and I think Bentley is one of the biggest benefactors of the game, like expanding into being a an ensemble cast. Especially with the Bentley saves the gang segment from the Contessa's lair, like that really like ups his quality. I wanted to go to an Italian restaurant, but it's apparently closed that day. It wasn't a very creative choice, as it's the same Italian restaurant I went to for my mom's birthday, but it's also extremely good. I just wanted an excuse to go to it again. Nice.
Well,
That's fair. I'm sorry that it's closed, though. That sucks.
Always gotta be on guard. There's grizzlies around every crook and hollow.
Honestly, just using your birthday as an excuse to go to a place you don't get to go to often, even if you've been there for like previous events, based. Enjoy yourself. Just do what you want, you know? I know you can't on this specific day, but like maybe you delay it by a day or something, you know? Or do it the day before. So I may chance be a freak here, but I don't find politics in like tiring, mainly because I don't get to have these types of conversations properly. So like I like them a lot, but I find it tiring, not in like the I feel bad, but like I just went on a run, like, and I feel good, but I'm tired, I'm exhausted, but like it's like it's a good pain, like that kind of thing. Like I'm not like annoyed that I went on that whole rant. I do get self-conscious when I do it, because I'm worried that I'm gonna like I know that there's like a decent chunk of my audience. Maybe not like a majority, but like a decent amount that is not here for this kind of content. So that's another reason why I like keep it a little like compressed. But yeah, I'm tired in the sense that I'm very activated, very energetic. The same way that I'm tired at the end of a Just Chatting stream, where I had a really good time, but I like my social battery completely drained, you know?
And that's always good.
I might go to the same place, but like the day after. Valid. My favorite restaurant in the area, which I used to always use for birthday parties, closed down shortly before the pandemic. Bummer.
That old boy
Bummers.
could sure throw a hoe down, even if he was a forerunner.
Hey Mark, just some quick words. I'm glad I have little pockets of the internet like this. It does a lot for keeping me sane. Also, me likey dog lady. Oh, thank you. I'm glad. That does mean a lot, actually.
Let's head down there.
That's when I talk about like the practical things that I can do. That's one of them. That's
keep a low profile when we get close. We don't want him to recognize you. Excuse me, sir. We humble lumberjacks would like to participate in your lumberjack games.
Think you got what it takes to win the Clockwerk Talons, eh? Well, I'm sure enough gonna let you play, so long as you pay the entry fee.
Much obliged, partner. We'll, just take our positions for the competition.
Enjoy the moment while you think you still got a chance. It's as close to winning as you'll ever get. This year's first event will be a power chopping contest. Not like anyone's ever gonna beat my record, but let them try.
Like I mentioned earlier, a lot of the time if I talk about this type of thing, it's usually the type of deal where I have to stop every few sentences because they fundamentally misunderstood something. Yeah, no, I get that. It's nice to be able to operate like without like constantly needing to correct terms and things, or even just like argue over what things mean. I don't know. I think we do a pretty good job of trying to get at what people mean rather than like the specific words that they're using, which, you know, helpful. I used to love this one barbecue restaurant because they had an amazing baked potatoes with brisket and cheese stuff, and I'd get it every once in a while, but closed a couple years ago, and I miss it so much. Anyways, my battery's getting low. I'm gonna head to bed. Good night, y'all. Bye. Sleep well. But yeah, no, Kristen, like, that was what I was like. Ooh. What I was saying earlier in response to what you had was oh man,
Where'd you learn to chop? From a book?
Bummer. Being able to create a space where some people can go to restore some sanity points is kind of like the kind of positive impact that I think that I can have on the world, and I'm glad that it's working that way, you know?
Not bad, Hippo.
I also don't get tired in the sense that you mentioned.
Destroy that log without
I'm
even
glad.
breaking a
I do.
sweat.
I finish long conversations like this, and I need to go like zone out. I'm one of those like alternating between introvert and extrovert kind of deal. Jeepers creepers. You can't jump? Okay, so I know it's just a straight shot now. Also, what's next in terms after Sly? So we're gonna do Sly 3. When we're done with Sly 3, probably Hades? No guarantee. Probably gonna play Hades 2. Not gonna species shame the tortoise, but what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Motherfuck, dude. I picked up Hades 2 and I want to play it real bad. So that's probably what I'm gonna do. I think there's some other things that people have been recommending. I haven't really thought about it too much because I still have one more Sly game to get through. But yeah, that's the current vibe. These have been really fun streams, honestly. I like the retro games. Hell yeah, thank you. We are eventually going to play the Jack and Daxter series, but I'm going to take a little break from the retro games so that I can catch up on some other things in my catalog, and then we'll go back to them. Most likely, at least we'll do it like every now and then, I think. You know. Oh. Whoever created the tortoise did not want to have fun playing the tortoise build. Damn. Also, I have a question about Hades 2 for you, Merc. Are you aware of what Dionysus looks like in Hades 2? Isn't he in a
Scores, boys.
No, I'm not. I'm not aware.
It was perfect tens, right?
Late as usual. Hey, Dova, what's up?
So your pink friend knows how to handle an axe. Let's see how you handle a vertical
Welcome,
wall
man.
of
Glad
ice.
that you're here, even if it is near the end. Dude, what? Come on. Oh, I'm cooked.
With that performance, you shouldn't have even bothered showing up.
I will not be elaborating for reasons that will become clear when you see him. Damn, okay. Is he daddy? Oh, that's lightning.
pretty good for a scrawny raccoon. Now, watch and learn as I demonstrate the art of power climbing.
Hurry! Use those grapples to hook onto Bisson. You will need to hook him with all 3 lines to pull him off the wall.
Fuck. Fuck. Whoa, what? Oh, I'm not getting it. Wow. Going too high really fucks you up.
I am king of the mountain!
Oh. Okay. Hold on. Here we go. Okay. It's critical to get these done as quick as possible because it gets exponentially harder the higher up he gets. Fuck, dude. I've got enough time. I can do this. This one is like maddening. I don't understand. There we go. Okay. Get fucked, Jean. Imagine doing a little flip every time you reach a ledge. So dramatic. Right?
Did I ever tell any of you the story about the judge from last year's competition who mistakenly gave me a score other than 10?
Oh. Oh boy.
I see we're tied with.
We're always shooting too far.
Unfortunately for you.
Daddy is not the term I would use to describe him in Hades 2. Interesting. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. All right.
Looks easy enough. I just
I'm
need
intrigued.
to stay out of the water.
Wrecked. He's cheating. Yeah. Oh! I mean, like, we're cheating too, but, like, that's our job. He's not supposed to be able to cheat. We're the cheaters. Dun, 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 dun.
You're one lucky.
Nailed it.
I'll give you that.
Our queen is a cheater. Absolutely. Are you kidding me? Why would I play fair? It's outrageous.
This is crazy.
It's exponentially harder when it gets up.
Those
Yeah.
judge is so intimidated, there's no way he can lose.
You're right, Murray. Those guys need to go. Okay, I'm just making this up on the fly, but what if I were to lure the judges one by one into that cave? Once inside, you two will knock them out and take their clothes.
Ingenious! When all 3 judges have been restrained, we'll be able to don our disguises and take their place at the judges' table. Sly, you can use the alarm clock gadget to distract the judges and lure them into the cave.
That's a great plan, Sly, but you'll have to move fast. Once John Bisson finishes the log rolling event, the gig is up.
I see. This is where we have to, hold on. Got him. Okay, so I can just do it all from here. I don't even need to jump. Perfect. Easy mode. Easy mode. Now the furries are stealing clothes. Yes, we steal everything. God damn it. Come on. There we go. All right, nailed it. Okay, on that note, I'm gonna do some shiny hunting for the rest of the night for a bat and Pokemon. Hell yeah! All right, well you have a good night. Thank you so much. We'll catch you later. Enjoy your shining hunting.
I thought I warned you judges about the consequences for incorrect scores. Wait a second. You aren't the judges I hired. It's the scrawny raccoon and his annoying friends. Well, if you want the challenge, then why don't you just take them?
Uh-oh. Holy shit. Fucking thwacked us.
My aching head. Those talons really pack a punch. Sly! Murray! Wake up!
Yeah, I'm awake, but not so loud.
Sleepy in chat, just not talking as much. Valid. I'm gonna lurk and listen. Thank you again for the Sly and Toxiel. Yeah, we'll catch you later. Sleep well.
This looks like the sawmill control room. Bison must have thrown us in here for interrogation later. I, for one, would like to escape before he returns.
Also, I haven't even said Works Eye Makeup is. Aw, thank you. I appreciate it.
Unless what?
Unless you can fit through that hole.
I think I could squeeze through there.
I'm normal and can be trusted in the sawmill control room. I certainly can't.
If there's any trouble, I'll call with this walkie-talkie. You might be able to help me with these sawmill controls.
While you guys do that, I'll try prying open that steel door. Given enough time, I might be able to make some progress.
Sounds like a plan. Good luck, Bentley. And remember to shout if I can help you from up here.
Bentley, you okay? I can't see you from in here, but I heard the fall.
I'll be fine. Just give me a moment to catch my breath.
Well now, Candy Britches. I should have figured a puny turtle like you'd find a rat hole to squirm through.
Well, I just dropped my glasses, had to come pick them up.
I ain't like you, boy.
Wow, pretty girl evoking gothic vibes. Thanks for the heads up. Oh, thank you. Hi.
My boys paid a visit to your hideout and found all them Clockwerk parts. Lucky thing, too. Arpeggio is willing to plunk down a king's ransom for the whole lot. I even threw in the talons.
You sold all the Clockwerk parts?
Uh-oh.
Arpeggio has them all?
I wouldn't expect one of your kind to understand the finer points of commerce. You turtles are too stupid to know a woodcutter from a woodchuck.
Whoa,
That's
he's racist.
Time I
I mean, that makes
you
sense,
just
but damn.
how stupid we turtles really are. Sly, on my command.
I hear you.
Prepare yourself, Bison. En garde.
Okay, Walnut. Get ready for a smushing.
Call out which lever I should pull.
Triangle for saws, circle for logs, square for flames.
Fire up. Logs. Saw blades.
10-4.
Okay.
Let them go.
Nope, whoops.
Blades.
There we go. Okay, now I've got my controls down.
Saw blades.
Okay.
Ow, I hurt myself.
Blades.
All right.
Come on in here, boys. Let's get this varmint.
It's Mojo Trap action, but an entire boss fight.
Saws. Blades.
Done.
Fuck.
Flames! 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 Flames!
On it.
On the way!
How's that?
Flame up!
10-4.
Saw blades!
Okay, all right.
Fire up!
There you go.
Logs! Cook 'em! Blades!
On it.
Log run! Fire up!
Uh-huh.
Let 'em go!
Eat dynamite, turtle!
It's got bombs now.
Let 'em go! Blades! Blades!
Okay.
Saws! Saws!
Bam!
Blades!
All right.
Run 'em!
Come out, boys.
So good at this.
Let's get to killing.
Being a boss fight must be so embarrassing if you move at the same speed as the guy you're chasing, right?
Flame 'em!
How's that?
Let 'em go!
Okay.
Blades! Blades! Saw blades!
There
Ow.
you go.
Uh-oh.
Logs! Saws!
Oh boy. Did I get him?
Tarnation! I've been done in by some four-eyed turtle? Times have changed.
Once again, brains triumph over brawn.
He says as Murray lifts an entire fucking like steel door.
Don't forget about me.
Cookham is brutal from Bentley, right?
Good job opening that door, Murray.
Thanks.
Attention, John Bisson. Arpeggio's carrier blimp will arrive to pick up the Northern Light battery in exactly 1 minute.
Okay, enough patting ourselves on the back. If we're going to get the Clockwerk parts back, we need to get onto that blimp.
The silo battery isn't far. If we run, we can make it.
Enough talk, let's move.
Shake a leg. That blimp's on its way.
Get to the silo before. Yeah, okay. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're fine. We're fine. We're good. Oh, there's a trampoline. All right. Imagine if the 60 seconds starts when bro says it and persists through the loading screen. That would be crazy. It'd basically be over when the sequence starts. All right. Hey, Mark. Hey, Song. What's up? Welcome back. Hearts of Iron end already? That doesn't seem like a normal Hearts of Iron game. Or are you just swinging in, dropping by? We're about to wrap up. We didn't get it off the ground.
As we shut
Tragic.
ourselves into the Northern Light battery, it became black. For a few long minutes, we just sat there in darkness. No one dared to talk for fear that Jean Bisson's men might discover where we were
Decide
hiding.
which mod to play for 30 minutes. Oh
Time seemed to have
no.
Stopped. And then we felt it. We were being lifted up to Arpeggio's blimp. It was all so strange. The focus of all our schemes had been stolen from us. Our Clockwerk parts were gone. Looking around the inside of the battery, I knew we all felt it. Failure. I was twitchy and ready for action. Any action. Bentley tried to make some sense of the situation by drawing up meaningless plans. But Murray took it the worst. He just sat there sobbing while the team van floated away over the horizon. That van was his life. I knew I'd have to find a way to make it up to him.
Poor Murray. Buddy. Dun, 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 dun. Then we settled on default and one buddy was dead set on Axis, so we tried Axis, but no one wanted to be hungry. Yeah, that tracks. Hungry sucks. Playing hungry in default Hearts of Iron blows unless you're doing like Austro-Hungary Restoration. That's basically it. Honestly, it's like I don't even know. I don't even know who like the better Like, cause the greater hungry path is terrible as well. Don't blame me, I wanted equestrian war! Oh my god. Honestly, the only time I've enjoyed playing Axis in Hearts of Iron 4 was when I played as Finland and exclusively supplied air support to everybody else who was playing, because I wanted to be the most, like, I wanted to be the least involved member of the Axis when we played it. So I just played Finland, held the line against the Soviets, and supplied airplanes with my, like, 7,000 manpower. Alright, that's it. I think this is the last episode of the game, which we are not playing tonight, but we'll finish tomorrow, then we'll start Slide 3 tomorrow. Get through Slide 3, maybe by the, what's today, like, is today, what, Thursday? Thursday? We probably won't finish Slide 2, or Slide 3 in 2 days, but, like, probably gonna wrap it up, like, Wednesday or Thursday of next week, and then we'll be on Hades. So, I'm going to close game, exit and save state. Hi. How are y'all doing? I hope y'all had fun. I know conversation topics got a little complex, a little heavy today, but I can't help it. Every now and then, like I said, gotta get it out of my system, or it'll just boil over and explode. It was a pleasure having y'all here. We're gonna find somebody to raid out into. I don't know who we're gonna go and visit yet. Who we got right now? Raid? Yeah, raid. Oh yeah, hold on, wait. Really pretty makeup for real? Thank you.
Good girl. On your knees for me.
I like the funky eyeliner designs. I haven't been doing them lately because I like, you know, I was like really busy for a long time and really burned out. Not on like stream, but just I was doing a lot of socializing outside of stream, and that meant that I didn't have as much energy to like get myself ready and like do the exciting stuff. So this month I've been kind of like recollecting my energy, reevaluating or rebuilding my vibes again, which has been nice. Sleep well, Mork. Thank you so much for stream tonight. Thank you, of course. Callum Marigold is live but sleeping. That is cute. Maybe I'll check who I'm following right now. Oh wait, what rated you is pretty good. Have we got a rated you? Joan, but uptime 8 hours, probably ending soon. The Wine Tales. I might do Wine Tales. I haven't rated Wine Tales in a minute. No. Yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna do. Alright. We're gonna drop in, we're gonna raid Purple Wine Tails. Gonna Master Blaze, probably. No offense to whoever you're raiding, but I'm a dip. No, that's fine. I get you. All right, everybody. Average Merkstrom, yeah. Thanks. The Daggers is also on. That's true. I was thinking about Daggers, but we're gonna hit Wine Tails. All right, everybody. That's probably TMI. I don't know. It's kind of like standard information for here, I feel like. Catch you all around. Thank you all so much for hanging out. We will see you tomorrow, hopefully. And if not, we'll catch you whenever we catch you. Bye. Bye.